We all good?
Yep, we're live.
Oh, sir.
All right. We're gonna call this meeting to order, the NIAA Board of Control meeting, Wednesday, June 14th, and I'm going to turn it over. All right, if we could do call to order at this time, if we could stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tia, if you would please call roll. Pamela Slug, here. Colin Scholar.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Ron Gerza. Matt Hyde.
Here.
Colin McNaught.
Here.
Kevin McPartland.
Here.
Wade Wilson. Deanna Riddle.
Present.
Rand Sorensen. Here. Manuela Strong. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Russell Fett. Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Ray Parks. Tammy Hayvick.
Here.
Brett Walter. Mike Cofer.
Here.
Ellen Townsend. Here. Xavier Anthea.
Here.
Lahir Bararia. Haley Hirsch. Donnie Nelson.
Here. Here.
Jay Beesmeyer.
Here.
Art Davis.
Here.
Lori Lutz. Here. Robert Northridge.
Present.
Tia Woodman.
And President Sloan, if you would, back to our voting members, Region 4, do a roll call please for Colin McNaught.
I did.
You did? But I missed it. Good.
Mr. Gerzon, Region 4 is having issues with the link. I don't know if we could resend him the link or.
I just resent
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to page number 5 for the announcements, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Miller.
Wrapping up a 22-23 year that has had a lot of everything. Across the hall, there's a convention going on called Game On. I guess that kind of sounds appropriate, right? Game On. We can get our game on in here. I don't know if that's virtual gaming. I know that's something that's been on the burner of the past of this association. I kind of tied it in, so maybe it's appropriate that we have Game On going on across the hall. Also further down the hall, there's another convention going on from Varsity Spirit. It's a cheerleading organizational camp and education. If I walked in there and listened to some of it, interesting, right? I know we talk a lot about cheer in our association. So I think when I went in there, I saw somebody with a CMHS cheer team logo in there. I'm just kidding. That was a segue to introduce you. So I tried to do this. So with that, hello, Colin McNutt. Not filling the term that Amy Wagner served. And it goes through June of 25. So Colin, welcome to the board, and you're gonna learn a lot real fast. So thanks. Good to have you on board. Little announcements about the structure of today and tomorrow. We'll go until about 5:30 today. And we'll adjourn or recess right about then, give everybody time to check in. For those that are staying here, relax for a few minutes. We have dinner scheduled at the cafe at 7 o'clock. So I'll do a show of hands here just a minute for that. Dinner at 7 o'clock. Anybody wants to stay around who's also not staying in the hotel, of course, more than welcome to join us. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. We'll have breakfast and lunch tomorrow in the same room. That's what we just had our luncheon today. As we get through today, right around 1 o'clock, we'll break for our workshop. That's a scheduled time frame for the workshop. And with restrooms are out the hall. If you haven't found them, the easiest, closest ones are out the hall, main hall to the right, just past the escalator, the restroom. So we need to use them. With that, then, for head count for dinner, how many of you, by a show of hands, if you would please plan on staying for dinner at the cafe at 7 o'clock tonight? 1. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I'll confirm when we recess here today about that, so. Head count. And what I understand, Bobby, are you, you were supposed to, the tab was on you. All right, last thing on the announcements then is some of our farewells, to some very special people. First of all, maybe not a farewell, don't know for sure, Wade Paulson, your position is up for renewal. You are eligible to be renewed. We'll wait to get information from NASB and Mr. Rick Harris on how that will transpire. So this is not a goodbye. It's not a re-hello. It's a we'll wait and see. Never falls. Brett Walter, not with us today. He's retiring from Faith Lutheran High School, moving out of state. We recognized him at our realignment committee last week. So I wish he was here, but I know he's got some commitments in his travel and get ready for a second life. Moving on here, but I just want to recognize Brett Walter for all of his work as our private. One thing that's been very interesting about Brett was when he started Faith Lutheran High School, they were a 1A school. And so Brett Walter is the only person that I know, as an athletic administrator director, who's gone through the entire process from 1A to 5A in our state association. So very best. Mike Strong. Yeah, Mike, this has been again a long time contributor to our association, made different capacities. You've gone through the ranks in Brannigan Valley in your roles there, obviously most recently retiring now as principal there on every committee imaginable. You've hosted, I think, every tournament possible at your school that your facilities would host for us. You've helped direct the shape of landscape of realignment, tournament formats that I mentioned, and many other different things for our 1A schools. And you have represented the 1A to the best of anybody's abilities, and making sure that the 1A is always noticed as much as any other classification and group of schools. And I know your colleagues in the 1A, North, South, East, and West have the absolute utmost respect for you. And you're gonna be missed greatly. So that, Mike, we got a little farewell, if you would please. And, small token of our appreciation. That's anyway. And people let us kind of hear a goodbye for you, or maybe a goodbye, or maybe not. I don't really know. I'm using the scales, but go ahead.
Recent speech.
Yeah, we did take another job.
It's official. All right.
We took another job, so we're excited to go work at Hawaii High School, middle and elementary school. And so we'll be the administrator at Hawaii. And but as far as athletics, we have an athletic director. And so my role isn't that. So I just appreciate everybody, and a little report that I owe a bit just for all the years, and the different people I've got to work with over the years. I just appreciate that, and relationships that we're definitely built. But high school athletics in the state, and us to have a say like we do, it's amazing. It's just really amazing, and our kids deserve that. It doesn't matter what school we're at or what level we're at. All the kids deserve that. And if I ever say anything, if we always keep it about the kids, we'll make the best decisions possible. So I appreciate you guys and your time and the effort that you put. As we were hiding, I was talking about, I was a thankless job a lot of times. We beat up a little bit. You're about a great work. In our school itself, 70–80% of our kids are involved in our little goal. And it's the best thing you get for your body, right? Helping a coach with that's the coaching storyline. And you guys are about that, and you guys care about the 1A. And a lot of times they don't care about us, they don't worry about us. But I'm in the meetings and I know that you care, and you give them every opportunity possible. I just appreciate it, and thank you, Donnie, for everything for staff. So thank you. All right.
Make sure everything's in.
Hey, Lori, before you go on, I'm getting reports that the feed is buffering and they can't hear.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
You want to?
Not having any problems with the ladies coming back.
Okay, that's good.
But it can't
maybe judge the video.
Well-
We do have a backup 105 that there's sales staff.
Okay.
Was given to us. So that may cause us to stop.
Okay, we need to at some point. Okay. Mr. Ray Parks, our 3A. Liaison for a long time, Northern Region President, was expecting Ray, but he's not right here yet, so we'll see if, Robert Northridge. Wow, I don't know, talk about a friend of the family, and that's, can you say credit, and it is. You know, certainly we identify you with Boulder City, but obviously with going, going back to Valley as well. But here we're identifying you with your association with the NIAA and our staff. And coming on board when Eddie Bonine was our executive director and having a vision of what the Southern coordinator would be. And we worked through a lot of different ins and outs of that position. I know you always gave us your very best effort, whatever we could do, and let me know. And we had you run around and all kinds of odd things. And, yeah, we're not replacing you. I think you're irreplaceable. But you're a friend of so many in the state. And I think, public wise in the NIA, you do a survey of who knows who on staff, and you're at the very top of the list, people who know you. So, Bobby is going to be inducted into our Hall of Fame on Tuesday next week. So that'll be a great honor, well deserved for all his time as a high school athletic director, coach, and of course contributions to our association. So, Bobby, I hate to actually.
Yeah, geez, there's been 5 executive directors of the NIAA. That's the history it started. I've worked for 4 of them. I was on board as a, believe it or not, 2A. There was only 3 classifications liaison under Dr. Jerry Hughes. And then I was, his last year there, I was the executive director of the Nevada Athletic Directors Association for 1 year. And then Mr. Eddie Bonine hired me as a summit coordinator. That was after 32 years in Clark County School District. So since 2010, I've fulfilled that role, and the people I've met, the places I've gotten to go, especially in this state, people that haven't traveled through this state, to go to Austin, Eureka, Pyramid Lake, are just great places. Smith Valley, just been such an eye-opening experience for me, and meeting the wonderful people like you guys that serve our students here in this state. Thank you guys, and it's been a great run. Thank you very much.
Bobby, Donnie, we need to do something about the audio,
Okay,
because I'm getting a couple reports.
we need to try and
Is there something we
start.
can do?
Is it,
It's gonna cut us off, no sound, we're gonna have to break there.
yeah, recess for a little bit.
Because Linda's got the audio choppy.
Yeah, well, we'd be about that time if we did that. We're about to 1 o'clock. Yeah, the public comments, I want to make sure people can hear those as we go through those, read those into the record. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's let's recess for 10 minutes.
I only need
Really 5, let's recess for 5 minutes, then we get the items 5, 6, 7, and 8 done before we go to 9 workshop. And before the time.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna recess until 12:35. Thank you. I don't know.
I think they like to see it.
Vote for X, either one, you can, you just talk to the. Sorry. Say.
Why not?
Testing, yum, yum, yum. Tasty, yum, yum, yum. Guys, real quick, if we could have everybody just, side conversations, please stop so that we can test our speakers here. Go ahead, extra again. Please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I can pick you up. It's just gonna have to, we're all gonna have to be louder. Bottom line, because between the air conditioning and the acoustics, it's getting lost.
Did I do a good job?
Mr. Parsley, if you wouldn't mind to, you know,
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
same thing. Yeah,
Loud.
yeah. Either way, or Ellen from down there, if you could just talk real quick so we can try to pick you up.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you hear me?
I can, it's just the people that are gonna be listening in to the live stream. We've all got to talk, almost like we're yelling at each other, to be honest, because
Or the eight.
what the air up there is not swallowing out, the acoustics are swallowing out.
So I go to school cafeteria.
Okay.
Or on the playground yelling at them, yes.
Okay, when we restart, let us know. Get back in a second. We're going. Okay, let's bring us back in.
Everybody's just gotta yell.
Yeah. Back into section.
Like,
All right, I'm gonna bring us back into session at 12:55. We're now going to go to agenda item number 5, public comment on page number 6. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, locally disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Tia, do you have any public comments?
yes, we do. First one is from Catherine Glass. Hi, Donnie. I wanted to write you regarding the $12 cost of the baseball softball playoff ticket. We have a son that plays varsity baseball for the Money Ranch and a daughter that plays varsity softball. We've spent hundreds of dollars over the course of the season for our kids to play. There's a good chance my husband and I will pay over $100 over the course of a week for us to go watch and support our children in the sport they love and we love to watch. Our children deserve to have their support there for them during these big moments, regardless of financial status. I think the NIAA should consider giving each player 2 free tickets for parents to attend their games, or at the very least offer a discounted tournament pass. Thank you for considering this, Katie and Darren Glass. Next one. Good afternoon. I just entered Oahe's academic state information into Activate. Our girls track and field team has a cumulative GPA of 3.57 for the 7-member team, which is great. But I am disheartened to read through the rules to see that teams must consist of 9 members to be considered for the team award. This is a barrier for 1A, as only the biggest of 1A schools likely meet this threshold. I would like to request that 1A be allowed to lower minimums to be considered for the team award. Respectfully, Lynn Manning. Next one. Good afternoon. Recently, the NIAA 5A, 3A, 2A, 1A Northern Regional Track and Field Meet, May 12 to 13, 2023. An athlete from omitted high school, name omitted, a male knowingly competed in female track events. Many female athletes were affected by this, which kept their female athletes from succeeding or not progressing to state track and field May 19th and 20th, 2023. This action by the athlete and the high school is in violation of the Women's Bill of Rights and U.S. Department of Education Title IX regulations on students' eligibility for athletic teams. Please see attached. NIAA Gender Identity Participation Position Statement states that one purpose of the NIAA is to assure that every pupil has a fair opportunity to compete in interscholastic athletics. The fact that a male competed with females does not assure the female athletes have a fair opportunity. The NIAA further states its position on gender identity participation is not a regulation, but a guideline. The fact that guidelines are best practices and it is not a regulation that one must follow, the male athletes should not be allowed to compete with female athletes. This is the whole reason to have separate boys and girls track events, not co-ed track events. The NIAA also has detailed a three-step process review for transgender students that must be followed and approved of as part of the guidelines. Many schools were unaware of a male competing with females, which has many wondering if the three-step process ever happened with this male athlete. Women's Bill of Rights. For the purpose of state federal law, a person's sex is defined as his or her biological sex at birth. For the purpose of state federal law, woman and girl refer to human females, and the term man and boy refer to human males. There are legitimate reasons to distinguish between the two sexes with respect to athletics, detention facilities, domestic violence shelters, rape crisis centers, restrooms, and other areas where biology, safety, and/or privacy are implicated. The biological differences between males and females are that males are, on average, bigger, stronger, and faster than females. Biological differences between the sexes are enduring and may, in some circumstances, warrant the creation of separate social, educational, athletic, and other spaces in order to ensure safety and/or to allow members of each sex to succeed and thrive. U.S. Department of Education Title IX. For older students, especially at the high school and college level, the department expects that sex-related criteria that limit participation of some transgender students may be permitted. In some cases, when they enable. There's that one. The last one is from Darren Duncan. Dear members of the NIAA Board of Control, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I'm writing to respectfully request your consideration and support for allowing postseason participation for student athletes in the Throne National Championships. Throne National Championships, in collaboration with esteemed partners such as Morgan Stanley, the National Basketball Players Association, NBA TV, and Fox, seeks to provide valuable educational benefits, life skills, exposure for college recruitment, and financial support to the participating student athletes. First and foremost, the Throne National Championships aims to promote educational growth among student athletes. We believe that financial literacy is a crucial life skill that can greatly benefit young individuals. By partnering with Morgan Stanley, we provide an opportunity for student athletes to learn about financial literacy and gain practical knowledge on managing their finances. This knowledge will serve them well beyond their athletic careers and contribute to their overall personal and professional development. Furthermore, through the involvement of the NBPA, we offer student athletes a chance to learn important life skills from respected former players such as Baron Davis, UCLA/LA Clippers, and Lou Williams of the Athletic Conference. These NBA veterans possess a wealth of experience and wisdom that can inspire and guide young athletes. The life skills training offered by the NBPA will equip student athletes with essential tools for success both on and off the court. Additionally, by televising the Throne National Championships on NBA TV and Fox, we aim to provide significant exposure for these student athletes. This exposure serves as a platform for college recruitment, offering student athletes the opportunity to showcase their skills and talents to college coaches and scouts. The televised games not only benefit the participating athletes, but also promote the NIAA and its commitment to fostering the growth and development of student athletes. HBCU Morehouse College, an institution with a rich history and strong commitment to promoting diversity and inclusion. Durham National Championships will provide student athletes with an invaluable experience of learning about the importance of historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs. This exposure will broaden their perspectives and foster an appreciation for the unique contributions and significance of HBCUs in the academic and athletic landscape. In light of the immense educational benefits, recruitment, and the support for the HBCUs, we are willing to consider financial donations to the NIAA as a gesture of our commitment and appreciation. We understand the importance of financial resources for sustaining and enhancing the NIAA's programs and initiatives, and we are open to exploring opportunities for financial contributions in exchange for participation in the Durham National Championships. We kindly request that you give careful consideration to our proposal, granting proceeds and participation for student athletes that Durham National Championships. The NIAA would not only support our holistic to reinforce its dedication to proving meaningful opportunities for student athletes to thrive academically, athletically.
Thank you. The public comment on page number 7, check clock, will be read when we have a discussion on agenda item number 19. So at this time, if you could please turn to page 20. For the approval of the June 14th, 15th, 2023 agenda for possible action, I ask that in your motion that you also request that we have a flexible agenda.
I move to approve a flexible agenda.
Thank you. Second by Matt. Okay. Any questions? Any discussions? All right, at this time, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Thank you, Mr. Passos. Mr. Berzon? He's not with us. Okay. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, if we please go to page number 27. This too is the approval of the 2023 NIAA Spring Board of Control meetings and possible action. Yes, Mr. Anthony.
Like an edit to be made on page 38. In our last spring meeting, I did speak on behalf of the venues and how it impacted Title IX. The second statement, which says Liaison Anthony stated that flag football facilities were not a matter of gender equity, as tag football and flag football are considered completely different sports. That's an incorrect statement. The correct statement should read, Liaison Anthony said that flag football facilities were a matter of gender equity.
Yeah, no, we amended, yeah, we have a motion to approve as amended. Thank you, Xavier.
Yes, sir.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Page 30. So again, the amendment that Mr. Anthony was addressing, page 38, number 34, under Title IX, second paragraph, first line, and the word not, facilities were, scratch not, a matter of gender equity. So a motion to approve would be with that amendment to these minutes.
If I can get a motion.
I move to approve the minutes for the April 12th, 13th, NIAA Spring Board of Control meeting. With the following amendments that have been brought forward.
Okay, do we have Mr. Department?
I have comments, I can wait.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, now a second.
Now we go back into
Okay.
possible questions.
Questions and comments? Alan?
Actually, mine wasn't, it had to do with page 31 on my report. Under J.
Okay,
The sentence says dues and fees have been habitually late. That should just say payments. We don't collect any dues or fees. Just
So
payments from school
delete dues and fees
and just put payment,
and add that state payment,
payments,
payment.
payments,
Okay,
just to clarify. Thank you.
so thank you.
Make sure you guys, page 30, make sure I get it, Mr. Townsend, page 30.
Page 31 under J.
It's 11J. 11J, exclude, changing the 3 words to 1, yeah. Okay. Changing dues and fees to payments.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to amend the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, you submitted.
Yeah, whoever made the motion, I think it's Mr.
Wait.
I don't know that we're done yet, but.
Oh,
Well, Kevin McCarlin, Region 4, I guess I just going to the Title IX, that sentence that was changed, I guess I must not be smart enough to understand. Flag football facilities were a matter of gender equity, as tackle football and flag football are considered completely different sports. I don't know that I understand what that means. If they're different sports, so is it okay to get a clarification on what the intent of the initial statement was? I don't know that I understand. If they're different sports, then. Yeah, I just to clarify.
Yeah.
Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, so, Xavier Anthony for the record. So, I know this is a condensed, as you know, I spent a quality 15-20 minutes just talking about the various concerns. So I know this is a condensed version. We always, and I know I've made this statement prior, we always are concerned about Title IX and how Title IX impacts the NIAA. The NIAA does not receive federal funding. I'll go into that again. The issue or concern is a gender equity issue. It is not a Title IX issue.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, we'll get through, yeah, if there's anything else, any other comments or questions to it, I'll amended motion with both.
Any other additional questions, comments? All right, so at this time, we need to amend.
I move to amend my previous motion to include all corrections to the minutes of the April 12th, 13th, Border Control meeting.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Region 1, I second.
That, thank you very much. Yes,
Not sure, Colin McNaught, for the record, I'm not sure what the, abstain process, I'm gonna abstain from this vote because I was present.
all right, any other comments, discussions, questions, anything else? All right. So at this time, we have a motion, it's been second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any? Guys have it, thank you so much.
Yeah. And,
Oh,
remember, not your, abstaining, correct?
Yeah.
thank you.
So we'll note that. Okay, so we will, we'll go 8, then to Brady, and to 22, and then to our session. Workshop.
Okay, all right, at this time, if you please turn to page 40. Agenda item number 8, lifetime pass request. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. You see the individuals listed there, 6 of them, they have met the requirements per NAC 385B.862 to be awarded, if granted by this board of control, a lifetime pass. As we've always said, we keep those applications for privacy purposes in our office. Our staff has vetted these 6 individuals and they do meet the requirements. State my name to that, as Donnie Nelson, for the record.
Yeah,
And just point of clarification, Fred Krieger already had one like 20 years ago, but it was a metal one that got so bad, he was just busting it.
Thank you. So we will note that it is really 5 individuals, and with Mr. Rieger receiving a replacement.
Yeah.
We can take him out of that. We'll make sure we order the new hard copy card in replace of the old metal. That's what you refer to.
Yeah, I think you already have that.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, so that case again, Donnie Nelson, the staff, we have 5 individuals that have met the requirements to be for both from this board a lifetime pass. Looking for a motion.
we have a motion.
Member Hyde, I move for
item A, B, C, E, and F, and I NIAA lifetime pass.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any other discussion, questions? All right, at this time, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Guys have it, thank you very much. All right, now we are going to we're gonna go to item 22. And that is on page 139. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Don Nelson, the staff. Hey, do you have a handout that was placed on your desk from Mr. Brady Raggio? He's the general manager of NIAA Sports Properties, representing Playfly, our marketing agency. We typically have Mr. Raggio come in periodically and give us an update as to where our partnership revenues are and what his role is in working with our office and working through the company. So yes, Mr. Raggio, I'll turn it over to you. If you would please again for the record, introduce yourself and address our handouts with where we are with partnerships on behalf of the NIA. Brady, thank you, sir.
Okay, this works. I think this works pretty good. Brady Raggio, General Manager at NIA Sports Properties. Good afternoon. So I'm here to do an update. Our fiscal year ends June 30th. So the match all the sports are done and everything. So right now we finished FY 20 $500,484. Grew the property this year 27.3% from FY 22, which is really good. Which is number one amongst all our Playfly high school 14. So we did have a hiccup there, it was our title partner, but we brought it back and grew. So right now under contract and renewed already for FY 24. There's 381,890. We've had 4 companies renew in the last 2 weeks, totaling 78,000, which is a great sign. We're getting a lot of renewals. People are happy about their partnerships. We have 18,500, not sure if that's in this print, but in renewals left that I qualified at 100%. Those companies will come in. So that puts us at 400,390 right now as of today. Currently we have 172,000 out pitched business for FY 24. I think we're positioned better this year than any other year at this time of the year. So excited about that. One significant account we lost was Black Bear Diner. They were a great partner. They had a partnership in 5 of our Playfly states, and they got out of all of them. Corporate and everybody loved the partnership. We did a great job with it, but it was just franchisees turned it down for financial reasons. And we're running into a little bit of that with the economy, but that's the one big one we've lost. We secured a great partnership with College of Southern Nevada right before spring championships, a couple days before. We were able to get a few things done for them during that, but we're looking forward to having them on board. I'm excited about Playfly, our high school team, working together, trying to secure more multi-property partnerships. We have a dedicated person now who was the Oregon general manager. My counterpart up there has moved on to cover all the states in a multi-state deal process. He's a great guy. He's going to do a great job in that. And I think that's a big strength that we have is to bring companies in. All our states combined right now reach 29% of the high school population in the United States. So we have a good story to tell with California or, all the states that we have. Looking at FY 24, we have a lot of categories we'll be looking at to lock up. Credit union, banking. We got some good news on that front. Hopefully we'll be able to share down the road here, but things are looking good, real good there. Healthcare, hotel, partnership, armed forces, where I'm definitely working with a few different ones right now with proposals out, and we need to get them on board. It's big for a lot of associations throughout the country, so we need to get that back. Health services, trying to get a partnership with the 988 Lifeline. A couple other states really do a good job with that and promote that throughout their tournaments and online and different things like that to promote that service. Orthopedic centers, financial services. We're looking for a sports drink, somebody to come in and be our official beverage, besides the dairy, which is official top of malt partner. And restaurant QSR, which I've had some good inroads with local companies here and also down in southern Vegas. And we're just gonna work on growing our existing partnerships with like our ticketing partner. We're in talks right now with them to increase that sponsorship value. You know, our merchandise partner, they're the Kolsky brothers are on their last year of their agreement. So we'll be looking at growing that partnership, and our Wilson, our ball provider, where I have been contacted by numerous ball providers that want to know when that's up, so they can come into the mix too, and we'll be able to be in a good position to get the most we can. Any questions?
Brady, I have one question for you. I do know that, can you talk about your partnership with the Circus?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're partnered with Caesars, pretty much the own Circus Colorado up here and Silver Legacy, and work with them just to. The partnership right now is really just kind of just rooms, rebate and stuff like that.
Because there is a commission that you receive for, I do know, for the rooms that I book.
Yeah.
Through Circus. I didn't see Circus on your list
Circus on the list.
of the paper that you had here. Oh, that would be considered a hotel partnership?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, no, I'm talking with Caesars right now for a broader partnership, but right now we just did do the room rebate with what we give them, you know, signage wise and publicity wise, marketing wise, there's nothing really besides that, just the room rebate off of, the hotel rooms you book.
so you get a percentage though of the room,
Yes,
okay?
Yeah.
And do you know what that is?
the total amount,
No, the percentage,
yeah, it was at, I think 5%,
okay.
yeah. So that's what I'm talking to them about right now. We're looking for, which is great. It helps us out a little bit. But we need a partnership where it's both sides of the state, and we can have one hotel partner, hopefully on both sides of the state, that have good rates for everybody, or that both Clark County and Washoe County and all the different entities can work with, such as you do up here in the north, and try to get a straight sponsorship deal with them. That's what I'm working for. So straight partnership with like Caesars. Hopefully, I'm in talks with them to do a straight partnership, not doing any rebates or any other things like that. But keep deals going for the entities that need the us.
I just want to make sure, and I'm speaking on the side of the finances side of a district that institutes state travel. I just want to make sure that my costs aren't increased for that 5% to benefit the NIAA.
No, I know they're not
So-
increased.
Okay,
Yeah.
just
I've gotten, they're not increased at all.
because they're not bad, to be honest.
Yeah, they're not increased, and I made sure of that. When we speak to the same person.
Yeah.
I made sure of that, and that was something that I wouldn't have done if they were gonna increase it, so I would not have done that. And I skipped over one part here, just so everyone's aware, the rev share starts at 550,000. Where the NIA will get 30% from 550,000 to 800,000. My rev goal this year is I have to surpass 600,000 this year, so we're gonna be well into the rev share for FY24. And that's gonna be exciting, it's good, and then we'll then just keep it going. But this is a property that has a lot of potential to grow. I've seen it happen in New Mexico and a couple of our states where some deals came in and really developed them, so that's what we're expecting here. So looking forward to the next meeting when hopefully we're closer to that number and good news.
Any other questions, comments? Brady, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we're gonna go back to item number 9 on page 41. All right, it says board workshop to solicit comments from interested persons on the following general topics that may be addressed in the proposed regulations, including the repeal of certain regulation of the general.
Yeah, thank you, President Swell. This is gonna be a little bit of a team effort between myself, Paul Anderson, our legal counsel, Lori Lotz, our assistant director. Mr. Anderson, I think we'll start off with you explaining the basis for some of the regulations that we're proposing to delete. Why those regulations are not needed, and then we'll circle back to the regulations that are being presented, how we approach those, and how this workshop then, I guess, leads us forward into presenting them to the LCD. So with that said, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Anderson, our legal counsel.
Thank you. Paul Anderson, legal counsel for the record. So, yeah, we have a number of, as you can see, regulations that are proposed here. Many of them, if you look, for instance, at page 42, NAC 385B 164, which established procedures regarding the inventory for tickets for events. Many of these regulations are far outdated. And what happened when Governor Lombardo took office, one of the first things he did was issue an executive order to all state agencies to review all of their regulations and report back to them by, I think it was in April, as to at least 10 regulations that you would propose repealing. In other words, make government smaller, and then have less regulation. So with the help of Lori and I think, and Bart, they went through the book and pulled roughly 10 of these. And I'm looking at I actually submitted to the governor's office a report. They had a form that had to be submitted by that date in April, which I did, listing the regulations, and they include, and they're in here in your book, 385B 164, dealing with the inventory of the tickets that I just mentioned, 385B 252, and that includes additional regulations which deal with alignment, realignment, because we've changed those regulations significantly. So we're looking at repealing those. And then introducing new regulations with respect to alignment. Then NAC 385B 254 dealing with the appeal of classification and alignment of schools, same thing. 385B 410, determination of home team and choice of dugout for games of tournaments in baseball. And then the next one is 480. Dealing with softball, choosing a dugout. Yeah, regulations dealing with that. And basically we have tournament packets that take care of those issues. So those were superfluous and we felt those should be repealed. 385B 464 is the availability of persons to provide soccer balls during games. Again, kind of a superfluous regulation that doesn't really need to be on the books, because we have procedures that deal with those things at those games. Then 385B 642, determinations by the executive director. Let's see, of times, places, etc. for conducting regional and state playoffs. That's done by the board. It's done during our realignment process. So again, we felt that was something that could be repealed. Then 385B 654 deals with a limitation on retail value. That goes back to, I believe, our amateurism rules, which we amended a couple times since that regulation came into being. And 385B 794 dealt with exceptions. Let's see, regulation accepts pupils participating in golf and bowling from the minimum number of practice days required before they could participate in a sanctioned event. That is no longer applicable, correct? That's what needs to be pulled in that. And then 385B 866 dealing with courtesy passes for members of state officials. We have other procedures that deal with that process. So those were the ones that we proposed to the governor that we would be repealing. Actually, we should have taken action on this back in April. I submitted the report to the governor's office and explained to them, look, we didn't have time to go through this. between the time the governor issued the order and bringing us to the board, for consideration through a vote as to whether or not there is agreement from the board to actually repeal. So, when I say repeal, we're eliminating these regulations. And that's what we'll do, assuming that that's the vote of the, and the will of the board here. That's going to require not only this submission to the governor's office, but we go through the LCD process. We got to do the same thing. So, that'll be the process I go through, with the LCD, assuming that's the will of the board here to actually repeal these particular regulations. The Procedures Act, we have to have workshops whenever we're either if we're gonna repeal something or if we're gonna adopt something new. So that's what we're doing here today. If there's public comment and whatnot, that's why we do this under a workshop notice. So I would ask Madam President, maybe you could, well, first we could have a discussion, I guess, on these, and then if there's any public comment with respect to any of the proposed regulations that I just mentioned in terms of repealing them.
Absolutely. Should we just go one by one? I know that was really quick.
Well, yeah, I wanted to do that to give the overview as to what these
Correct.
were, and maybe we can go one by one. That's whatever you prefer.
Why don't we go there? So let's start with page number 42. Regarding the inventory of tickets. Are there any questions, comments, concerns in regards to NAC 385B 164? See that there's none, I guess Paul, we can just go to the next.
Sure.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, if you proceed to page 43. 385B 250, actually this will be pages 43 through 46 regarding the alignment of schools.
So, yeah, to other members that also serve a dual role on a realignment committee, any questions, comments?
Yes. Mike
Yes.
Coper, Charter School Liaison. So being that this was a Nevada Administrative Code, has all the work that's been done to set up the new realignment process, is that now going in as a new NAC? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that's gonna be the next discussion.
Okay.
When we finish with these that we're doing, that's one of the ones.
So, I mean, in essence, you're getting rid of one, but you're putting in another one.
Yes.
So do we have to go find another one to get to 10 to take out? or-
No, we can adopt the regulations that are, pertinent to what we're doing.
Yeah.
And in light of everything that's happened with realignment, we've actually gone through 2 or 3 realignment cycles. With this particular regulation that we're looking at here, repealing, actually in effect, and we're not really following it.
Right.
And so that's why it's necessary to take this action to finally repeal this and to then implement through regulation what we are actually doing in realignment. And that's what, as Lori mentioned, that's what we do following this discussion.
So in regards to what's been deleted, and I see on page 47, I think that's when we're gonna transition to the next conversation. And it talks about the alignment, so I take it what we just talked about deleting now. Retrospect, this is the new language, right? Because what we just brought up is timelines, policies, and procedures.
Correct.
So Paul, you wanna talk about the top page?
Yeah, I prefer that we leave those until we go through this process.
The
of-
deletions first? Okay, that's fine.
But to answer Mr. Coper's question, yeah, if you look at page 47, that's where this is what's gonna replace what we're reviewing. Well, this is what we're proposing, replace what we're reviewing.
Okay, which we're going to come back.
Yes.
Okay, then let's proceed now to page 48. Is the regulation regarding the physical examinations of students.
That one will come back.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
not.
I just wanted to make sure. I see a lot of red. I just want to make sure. Okay, then let's please go to page 51. Actually, this will be pages 51 through 53, regulations regarding determination of home, team and dugout.
Yes.
Any questions? Yes,
Colin McDonald for the record. If we could just include this, just a brief why we're deleting them, just for the purposes like for understanding. Like, I understand that it's, that they're obsolete or whatever it is, just real brief, this is why we.
absolutely. Is there anyone that we've already discussed that you would like for us to go back or going forward?
No, I think just moving forward, well, I mean, actually, for the purpose, maybe we should just real briefly include them all, just so that way it's super clear why. they're being used.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm gonna ask that you go back to A.
Okay,
I know that at the beginning,
so, yeah, with respect to
yeah,
385B164, establishment of procedures regarding the inventory of tickets for events, that's a duty that's imposed on the executive director. We have electronic ticketing now. You know, so this is kind of just an outdated regulation. The next one, 385-250 through there's 252 and 254 also were with that one. That's the whole realignment thing that we just discussed. You know, it's an outdated procedure, and we're going to be looking at adopting new regs for realignment. And that gets us up to 385B410, determination of home, team, and choice of dugout for games for tournaments. That's, I believe, the baseball portion of this. And then we have 480, which is a couple pages beyond that, which is the softball version of that same reg. Again, we have tournament packets that address those issues. So why do we need the regulation? It's just kind of, you know, just taking up space in the administrative code. It really doesn't need to be there. In between those is 385B464, availability of persons to provide soccer balls during the games. And as I understand that, that's just to have people on the sidelines that make sure when balls go out of bounds, people land to play, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that again is just a basic process that goes on with respect to a soccer game. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in the regulation. 643-5B642 on page 54, determinations by the executive director. So that's date, times, and place for conducting playoff games, et cetera. That's not necessarily something that we really need in regulation. It's more, it's decided by, we do that through our calendar, things we're gonna be talking about later on in the meeting. It's not necessarily something that we call just on the executive director, or that the executive director really determines on his own. It's more or less a board decision. And what is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, tiebreakers that are included in there are outdated, correct? Okay. And then 685 or 385B, limitations on retail value, that goes to our amateurism rules. As you can see, that existing rule, subsection 1.
Yeah, Paul, I think it's a guidance that's absorbed in 374.
Yeah, which is a new regulation that we recently adopted dealing with amateurism. We increased the amount that an athlete can receive and still, and I believe. Is that it?
794 research requirements for golf. I don't think that made it into the packet.
Oh. Yeah. So there's a regulation that we are proposing to repeal that I reported to the governor, that's 385B794, which reads, well, it states the or I reported it as being a regulation that exempts pupils participating in golf and bowling from the minimum number of days of practice that are required before they can participate in a sanctioned event or contest for that sport. It was no longer needed since golf and bowling are required to participate in the same minimum number of days of practice as any other sanctioned sport. So that's why we're eliminating that.
And that particular one is up on the screen now.
And then finally, NAC 385B866 courtesy passes. The regulation is outdated as the associations allow members of various official associations to apply for and receive courtesy passes to attend NIAA sanctioned events. There's no impact. Well, and that's, they wanted to know with respect to all of these, whether there's any financial impact on business or persons as a result. So with respect to all of them, I reported this. So that's the explanation on those. I don't know if you have any questions.
I just think, like, I just wanted to be crystal clear on each one, why we're. So thank you.
So now do we want to go back on page 47? The agenda, change in language.
This you could have it. There's a couple ways you can do it. You need to go one by one, discuss it, and then vote to repeal. Or you could just, if you want to have a discussion, and if there's a motion to repeal all 10, then we propose 6 of the first.
What do you recommend, Mr. Strauss?
I'm gonna say, so let's go one by one, just go right through them and motion second.
Okay, just for the ones we just discussed. So we're looking for an action on each individual, so we're gonna go back to,
Page 42.
Okay.
164.
you got it. Okay, so far on page 42, the regulation regarding the inventory of tickets in AC 385B.164. Any additional questions, comments, or anything else? I'll need a motion.
So move.
Thank you. We have a motion, need a second?
Second.
Mr. Bartlett. Any additional questions, discussions, comments? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Go to page 43 through 46. Regulations regarding the alignment of schools in NAC 385B 250 through NAC 385.254. Any questions regarding those comments or anything? Seeing none, I need a motion, please.
So move.
Thank you. We need a second. Thank you. Any other questions, comments at this time? See that there's none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now go to item number C on page 48. Regulation regarding the physical examination.
No,
I'm sorry.
This one.
Back just because it has.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
skip into page,
Sorry, got ahead of myself on that one. All right, let's go to page 51 through 53. The regulation.
No.
Yeah.
Go one at a time, just to show.
Well, it's 410 by itself.
Yeah.
Hang on. Page.
Yeah, there's 3. Right.
I got it. All right, let's go to page 51 again, NAC 385B. Point 410, determination on home team and choice of dugout for games and tournaments. Any, yes, sir.
So move.
Thank you. Appreciate it. See, I hear no questions, discussions, or anything else. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any op- Go to page 52, NAC 385B. Board of compatibility of persons game.
So move.
For discussion, I don't see any questions. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Please now go to page 53, NAC 385B, rating presentation of team and choice of dugout, games.
So move.
Any comments, questions? That there's none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. All right,
Hand slipped in you. All right, we have a second.
I'll make a second.
All right. All right. So any questions, discussion? All right, see that none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. So page 5, they see limitations of retail value.
Second.
Any further discussions, questions, comments? Seeing that there is none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Guys have it. One that is behind me, B85B, it's 780. In regards to the golf field and minimum numbers of practice days, any questions? All right, see that there's none,
Second.
beautiful. All right. Discussion. Sure. We want to do that. Do we want to ask questions? Right, all in favor, say aye. That there's none, you guys have it. At this time, we're going to ask. Oh, page 67. Right, please go to page 67. AC 385B.866, courtesy pass, member of the Nevada State Officials Association. Any questions, comments in regards? None, motion please.
So moved.
Second.
Any additional questions, any comments at this time? Hearing that there's none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Guys have it. At this time, I'm going to ask the public if you have any questions or concerns in regards to any of these regulations that we just discussed. Seeing that there's none, Mr. Anderson, we may proceed.
Yes.
Okay, back to page 48.
Yes.
Okay,
Well, actually.
47. Okay. We can please go back to page 48. Turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, page 47. Yes, as we referenced with regards to our realignment process and transition to this, this is what you can see in front of you. There are really in essence three components to this. I might talk about a fourth component. Just to make sure our membership, our board members read this right now, engage in any kind of a discussion. That we need to do.
I will add that the first one is new proposed meeting, and those were discussed there as well, so it's being brought back. Kind of.
So,
There was no action taken in January.
so the only thing that's missed is the version.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Law, that's right.
They're beyond, everybody really, a bad example.
Do we need to go individually?
Okay, I was gonna say, I'd like to recommend that we just look at each one, see if we're missing something.
This department has.
Kevin McCarthy, Region 4, just to clarify the question, so I know we just took off 11, going back to Mr. Coper's question, we just removed 11. We have one new one and two that we've already discussed. would that be adding three, or would that only be adding one back? Because we've already discussed them in the last one, you know what I mean, like, when it gets to the 10.
Well, as legal counsel, we don't need to worry about the 10. Okay, the 10 was where the one appeal, that satisfies the executive order. We can add new regulations still, and we need to with respect. Thank you. You could all go in as one, depending on what the LCB does, they could just add this as one, item, within our regulations, or they might add them as 2 or 3. We don't know, we'll have to see what they do. Thank you.
Yeah, let's just go one at a time. For first topic, leagues or regions, questions, comments, suggestions.
Just a question, Wake Forest Region 3. So is this language that we have here, is this the language that we received back from LCB?
No,
Or is this our language?
This is language being proposed. that
Okay.
We're gonna discuss.
Okay, look at this yet. Correct, this is what we will send to them, and then we'll get their version of it back, hopefully, for our meeting in the fall. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the initial NAC 385B, the first one, alignment of schools and the classifications by creating a committee and timeline policies and procedures, and that is what we are doing at this time.
Member Hyde, second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussions? Okay. In the public, is there any public comment? Anybody that would like to speak? All right, thank you. All right, seeing that there is no more discussion in regards to this, and go to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We can now go to the second one on the same page, 47, NAC 385B. Requirements to maintain minimum numbers of varsity teams, forfeiting the seasons or schedules and penalties. Any questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Coe.
Mike Coker, Charter School Liaison. So in reading through this verbiage here, if a team cannot field a program in a sport in a season, if that is their only program in that season, how does that impact their field and maintain at least one varsity team for boys in each season and field and maintain at least one varsity team for girls in each season? How does it impact that rule? Understood?
Yeah, Diane from staff. Yes, Mr. Coker, that could impact potentially their full membership status in our association for not maintaining the requirements that are becoming of a full member for postseason eligibility. Yeah, that could have a significant impact, and you might have a school that might fall back as a status that
So-
would be permitted postseason eligibility at that point.
Should that be included in the terminology here, or the written aspect of it, the NAC itself? Or
Well, it said, this says that three, doesn't it?
2C.
that just says you would go independent status in that sport. It doesn't say it would impact your full member status.
So are you proposing adding a fourth?
I just want the smaller schools to understand the impact that this might have if they cannot field. If the one that they decide they're going to field is the one, in the only one, and all of a sudden they can't do it midway through the season and they have to forfeit the rest of their schedule. How that impacts their entire athletic program. And their entire standing, not simply the standing in that sport.
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah, it says they will only be independent status in that specific sport, but not as an entire school.
Yes, right.
But 2C does read if during their approved alignment cycle, the school cannot build and maintain. 2C says compete in any postseason contest for yeah.
Should have said for any sport. That's instead of for a.
Because if you just have one male, one female, and you drop one program, then you're not fulfilling your requirements. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. We do have that situation occasionally in the one A where we've had, the one A East, for example, had a football team that dropped partway through the season, forfeited out of the rest of its games because they didn't have enough healthy eligible kids. They did not field a secondary sport during that season. So if that were the case, that's really not fulfilling the one full sport all the way through that's required in the full numbers. So points well taken, Mr. Coker, on that. And the language in that, and I'm not the legal expert, but it does say compete in any postseason contest for a sport. I don't know that anything addresses it here. If that's the one that knocks them out of having 1-1 each season, does there need to be language in there that says it knocks them out across the board?
Do we? Remember why,
Yes.
do we even want it to be that way?
Yeah, ask the question, yeah, ask the question.
I mean, for me, I feel like if the boys can't field their team, I'm not sure the girls' team should suffer and be out of postseason play or vice versa. I think this is maybe what we intend and not punish the others.
Mr. Strong.
Yeah, Mike Strong, 1A liaison. I think part of that language is there because what you end up with in some of the smaller schools is they may not be playing, they might not be doing cross country, let's say, or they may not have a football team, but they're getting ready for basketball. And so therein lies the issue. So now you've got your girls playing volleyball, your boys getting ready for basketball. And that's why you see some of that language, I think, come through. I don't know if that's what's intended or not. But that is some of the reasoning behind some of that language, I believe, in the discussion. The other thing I might add is there probably needs to be an exemption in here for single gender school. We're saying boys and girls programs, but we have a few single gender schools that obviously can't do that. So there probably needs to be some type of exemption for single gender schools. But the discussion is, what like Mariah is saying is we want to finish everybody here and they can't fill the team. But that's why it's there.
Mr. Anderson.
So just a couple of comments, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. This is the reg, as I understand it, that Mr. Jackson was proposing a couple meetings ago, correct?
Correct.
And it comes into play because of issues that we had with some of these newer member schools coming in, claiming they were gonna have all these various sports at the beginning of the year on their membership form, and then backing out and causing all kinds of havoc. So I think it's important for the board to look at this, understanding the issues that can arise with the smaller schools as a result of just a number thing or injuries or whatever. And maybe modify this to fit more generally the entire membership. In terms of how we would implement it. And to answer, I guess, the question somebody had here, I think there's this section number 2, I think if we change C, the subparagraph C, compete in a postseason contest, says for a sport, I would say for that sport. And that takes care of not punishing the other teams for the deficiencies of one. So we can make that change if that's what you, as a collective board would like to do in terms of this rate.
Mr. McCarty.
Kevin McCarthy, Region 4. So two things, I agree. I think it was more a situation of a larger school that chose between two sports and kind of stopped halfway through. It wasn't where they couldn't field a sport, they chose a different sport in the middle of a cycle. That was the intent. And I just wanted to hear from 1A, is that, and I know you're the advisor, but what would the recommendation be from 1A schools? We don't want one sport in a single to hurt the whole program, right?
Yeah, Mike Strong, I think it would be, if we could do something that would say, okay, in your first year, for your second year, something like that. So we get something progressive that, initially, because the same thing happens, teams start to drop out. It's like what we have, we won't say which schools just come in, but as new schools come in and going to do everything. That is something I think we dealt with for a lot of years in the 1A. And, but I think if there's something progressive, your first year, okay, you don't offer 2 sports. The second year, you're not doing it again. Well, maybe there needs to be something the third year so that, so that we're not creating some type of unfair advantage. So, but some schools are small enough that they simply can't in the 1A. Right? I would say you could always do cross country. Now, it seems to be maybe the out, if you would. There might be a school that they can't do football, or they don't have enough girls to do volleyball or whatever. They can almost always do cross country. And so you get into cross country. And at least so you have another sport there. We're not creating programs that just do one thing. And that's what we have seen now. That help?
Yes, Mr.
And I think the other one too. We've seen it, schools have come in. Just trying to do the bare minimum because they're gonna have one strong program. And that kind of is, I think, one of the problems. They're just trying to do one strong program and just trying to piecemeal together so they can be a full member.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to a comment that Paul had in regards to Tim's proposal. That's absolutely right. We've had schools that are successful. And then the following year, all those kids graduate. Too is mid-cycle. It happened within mid-cycle because when you put schedules together, those of you that do schedules, you can sometimes do them years in advance or a couple years in advance. But if this year you have this many schools, oh no, this school wants to pull out now and they want to do this, well, you're altering your schedules, and that's not as easy as people may think it is. It's a nightmare, matter of fact. So for consistency purposes, that's why this language is here as well. There's another topic I want to bring up about membership, and I'm not sure where it falls in, if it's here or in another regulation, where we have schools that come forth and say, listen, I want to play this sport. We're in a brand new cycle right now, for example. We have a school that came and said, listen, I want to participate in tennis, but they only have 2 tennis courts. Where's the facility component fall in to where, maybe is that more of a membership
That's
thing?
a membership.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn this over to Lord, but we need to have that conversation too.
And going off of what you just said, a lot of the discussion that we're having right now is more membership and should possibly be in the membership, right? This one is more focusing kind of on realignment and the schools that drop programs between to try to keep it fair for the schools that lose contests during the season. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Or Davis and I got, that's exactly what it's doing. It's really kind of twisting 2 different regulations into trying to have the same argument here. Where we do have schools must have the one sport for each gender in each season. But I don't know that this is what we're kind of intending with realignment portion of this at all. When we're aligning schools into classifications, they're going to like in that sport.
Yes,
So I think Dayton just kind of did this, right, with football. They went independent status just for the state area. So that's what I like, because the rest of the Dayton can play baseball, basketball in postseason. I think that's what everybody.
yes.
Calling down the report. My question is this language in other states? Do we look at like, is this a problem in other places that like has, they put regulations in? That like, do we create this or do we pull it from somewhere else?
Yeah, Don just said, we created this. I have not asked my colleagues around the country if they have problems with this. I'll leave it at that. I can ask those questions in a couple of weeks, but I do not know that.
Yeah, I'm just curious if like that, we should, it seems like there's a little bit of like gray area in this regulation we're talking about right now, so I'm just curious, it seems like it's been ironed out and used in other areas. Because I worry about I understand the intent behind this, but I worry about consequencing the accidental situations of this.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's a two-pronged issue. The first issue is new membership. This is what you do for new membership to become eligible to have full membership. And the second one is you're already established as a member of the NIAA, and then for some reason you're forfeiting games, you're forfeiting seasons because you don't have numbers or whatever the reasons are. So it seems to me like we should maybe have another portion to this, establishing membership status.
We have that.
So we already have that?
We have that.
So then that shouldn't be part of the equation as new membership, because it's already there. So this is specifically talking about the latter, where we have an established member who can't field teams. And they're forfeiting during the season. So are we going to kick them back to independent status as a whole for all sports, or are we gonna do it sport by sport? From the ones that can't field it, so if football is forfeiting and volleyball is not, the school doesn't go all the way back to independent status. Maybe they go back to independent status in football, but stay established. Is that what we're trying to say here?
Yes.
Just to get it clear?
And that's section 3 says exactly that.
And so that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about new members. But to Mike's point, what eliminates teams from just saying we're gonna be independent status and, we're forfeiting. We go to the independent status, the next year comes out, oh, we're still independent, but we can't finish, we can't, fill a team. But like you said, they're all preparing for the next sport. How do we do something like that? Establish a timeline in here that says that if you forfeit 2 seasons in a row, then you do lose membership of a team. I can see something happening for 1 season. But if it's for 2 seasons and it's a continual thing, you've lost your membership status. Because you can't fulfill the requirement of being a full member. You see what I'm saying? If it's a continual thing, but if for injuries in the 1A football, right? There's teams that'll play with 11, 12 kids. And you get 3, 4 injuries and now so you don't have enough kids to play. And so for 1 season, I can see that happen. But for 2 or 3 seasons, if that happens over and over, and you're just saying I'm independent, but then the basketball program becomes strong in the 1A because all the kids are playing ball. They get that extra time to practice and so you've lost your membership because you have not established that fall sport.
Too, we're also looking for schools to commit and hold up to that commitment.
Yes.
And we're seeing, probably not to say, it's loosey-goosey out there a bit.
Yes.
And that's what really needs to be tightened down. Yes.
Remember, I do like what we're saying because, we didn't play Dayton since, we haven't played them since 2018. So that goes back to the school, like there's some onus put on you if there is something in place. Hey, look, we can't continue like this. Or we're going to lose our full status. If they can just drop out mid-season and then we have an open week and then that's our bye weeks next, we haven't played football for 3 weeks. It's not good. So maybe, I agree with you, there has to be some sort of component in there.
I just want to clarify the independent status. When a school comes on, the independent status means they do have a team, they're competing, they're not eligible for postseason. What this regulation is proposing is that a school that drops the sport. We've played 3 games and we dropped the sport completely. So it's addressing that that issue. And one of the things that was a big discussion in January was, and going back to Colin's comment, was the kids. Shoot, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. Sorry, I'll come back, I just lost it.
Yes, Sean.
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. I think I remember in previous discussions, as Ms. Lotz was saying, that we had, I think, Madam President, even talked about some of the bigger schools that said, hey, by the way, we're dropping golf, but we're adding this other sport. And so this covers that a little bit. I used to think it was a big school problem until in the Southern 2A, we had a school drop girls basketball on November the 8th. And then so they were out of compliance as far as offering a boys and girls sports in one season. And then we cannot fill those 2 extra games of basketball for girls because everybody's scheduled by November 8th. So I think what I had said and what Wade said as far as, but as liaisons, we're kind of the gatekeepers to the independents anyway. We had to, Northern 2A had to agree that Dayton was going to play football. Southern 1A had to agree that Laughlin was going to play independent. And they've always just been a 2-year cycle within that alignment. So I think that, I mean, I like the discussion, but I think it's already there in papers. Make it more difficult.
Mr. McCarthy.
No, that's what we were.
Okay, sorry, I remember it now. I know part of the discussion in January was, when do you decide a team is forfeited the season? Is it at the beginning, they did 2 contests, okay, we're done, we don't have enough kids? Or is it the teams, and we did have a team that did this last year in the 1A, got through the football season, got to the last 2 weeks of the season, and due to injuries and academic eligibility, didn't have enough athletes. And so they weren't really gonna be postseason eligible, but so that was part of the discussion in January, and I don't know that we got a good answer on that.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Question, Lombard Davis, and staff. Being on independent status doesn't necessarily mean you. Another league agrees to take you in. You're an independent status, you can go play whoever you can go play at that point. It's not necessarily a case of another league has to schedule you into their league games. We've had that happen. And what's going to come before this board, another item for another spring sport is another school wanting to go independent status in a sport in the spring. They're being taken in by those teams within their league to play those games. But it's, the onus is on the school that went to independent status to be able to fill the schedule. If the league they came from or a league they want to go to and weren't granted permission to go to wants to filter them into their schedule, great, that's on them to do that. But going to independent status wipes you out of postseason, really kind of wipes you out of league games too, because you don't count toward league standings at that point. So you're on your own to go get your own game. So that in itself can be a little bit of a deterrent right there. You don't have the ready-made 12, 14, 16 game schedule for you. You've got to go find it.
Yes, Mr. McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy, Region 4. Now, going back to the January meetings when Mr. Jackson first kind of put this forward, the concern was schools dropping sports mid-cycle and then wanting to add them back and then go right back into the league schedule, where at that point, his recommendation was if they drop mid and want to add, they have to start independently because they didn't fill the cycle. I think that was kind of all the intent was at that point.
Right, because we had also schools drop, oh, in lieu of that, I want to do this, and it's and we want to stop it during the realignment cycle. Yes. Well,
Yeah, and I think what Tim wanted was, we have to be consistent across the board with reactions to where we place those schools the following year. And that's where the inconsistency was from us. And that it needed to be written down that if a school is going to drop a program, they are going to be independent status the following year. And that's what and I think we addressed that. It's written in here. And I think we're overthinking this a little bit too much. And I think the independent status and that requirement for those schools that drop the program solves the problem.
I know it's more of a 1A problem, if we look at it from a percentage wise. It's probably more of a 1A and then up to a 2A issue.
No, it's
Three in charters, and 3A as well.
and 4.
And so with that being said,
It's still being seen, right?
we're doing that, if we have it in regulation, that if you drop, you're gonna go independent status the following year, case closed, we don't have to. They don't have to come before the board, do anything else, they're just automatically dropped in independence.
And there's no appeal.
There's no appeal or anything, they drop the program, we go to this section 3 here. And say, hey, look, your independent status for the following year, we're moving on, bam, let's go.
Yes.
And sport by sport, yes.
Oh,
Now, just to clarify to what Lori said, I just want to make sure I understand. So the second example you gave of a season of becoming ineligible, not being able to continue because of eligibility, whether it's injury, whatever, that would qualify under this. And then, so that would mean that the next year, that sport, to Bart, your point, the school would have to figure out what their schedule the next year and would not automatically, is that, am I understanding that correct?
Ellen, I'll answer Mr. McNaughton's question first. In a situation like that, we would always, as an office, want to hear from that school a reason why a sport was in that case not dropped, but discontinued. And certainly in all cases, there's an appeal process. So to think we'd penalize a school that said, oh my gosh, we just had our last academic check or our last practice, and this is what happened to a number of our students. To me, that's an appealable situation. We're just gonna back out because of whatever reason. Offer a different sport, we committed to schedules, sort of before the year starts. Oh, we don't feel like we're gonna be able to offer that sport now, even though they're already put on all the schedules. So there's out of various offices that do those.
Well, that,
So that's the intent. So there would be an appeal process to that, and to kind of along those lines, we thought. Again, what this is focused on, with what Mr. Anderson said with regards to 2C and that A sport, not A sport. The intent for this is to be part of the realignment process. This isn't, as we've said earlier, this isn't the membership process. That is a whole other thing that our regulations, rules and policies committee can address memberships, and we have been addressing that with schools that need to offer a boys sport and a girls sport. And I think we've even addressed that on the single gender about a sport being offered per season. So yeah, I want to make sure we keep this focus to where I believe the intent of it is within the alignment process.
so then should that language be, I don't know, an appeal?
The appeal process?
yeah.
Um,
Well, I'm gonna refer everybody to number 2 that says if during the approval alignment cycle, the school cannot fill or maintain. So if
That's
I
what I'm
lose,
saying, I feel as though.
I didn't maintain because I lost kids of eligibility points. I didn't maintain, yeah, absolutely.
So,
So,
yeah, this is also to your point of like that, like, in theory, there is an appeal, I think in actuality, we should feel on here just to protect that situation. Because that's the situation that I has been about.
Right, and Donnie Nelson, staff, Hall, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Do we need to add a notation about appeals in here, or were we already covered in our 900 sections of appeals that are automatically forwarded to our schools on any potential violation of the regulation?
Yeah, basically, to answer that question, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, there, in our regulations, 385B 900, that's our appeals section. There's a provision in there that basically states any rule that's applied against a student or school is appealable unless otherwise stated. We have some where we say that there are no appeals. So if we were to say there could be no appeal from this, then we would need to state that. If that's not our intent, and if we would want to allow an appeal, then I think we would need it.
okay, I'm gonna go to Ellen first, please.
I'm Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Just trying to understand 3. If it's the first year of an alignment cycle, and the team cannot field the team, then that means in the next alignment cycle, according to this, they're independents. So could they be independent for 3 years in a row?
Yes.
Okay.
Wade Folsom, Region 3. I think, after the explanations and everything, so if there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this. Can I?
With, yes,
if there is language that we feel we need to change, then this is the time to do that. I had proposed changing that one word to C, the word A to that with the for sport. So that it's clear that it's only dealing with the sport that's in violation. So take A out, put that sport. That.
Okay,
I'll move changes suggested.
to C to scratch out the word A and turn that into them. Have a second.
Right, second.
All right, any more comments, questions from the board? Any comments from the public? We're gonna take it to vote. At this time, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Good conversation. All right, we're gonna go down to, bless you, NAC 385B, addition of varsity teams during the alignment. Mr. Nelson?
Let's let you all read away. Go ahead. Item one, section 1 and 2. And again, this is trying to encourage schools to bring on new sports, but in a way so that they can fulfill schedules and make sure they're ready to go when they get put on the schedule. Give them some time, make sure they build any particular sports program, any sports team appropriately. That goes back to a little bit of comments earlier about rushing into sports and listing them on their membership application. We're gonna compete this sport, this sport, this sport, et cetera. And then we turn that over to our realignment committee. We eventually approve that, we turn it over to our sports schedulers. And all of a sudden, the school comes back and says, yeah, we really don't want to do that. This is gonna slow that process down.
Or the flip side of that, but I really wanted this one and I forgot to add. And you laughed because that happened.
Okay, that's why I laughed, yes.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Schlangen. To piggyback on what you just said, this also, what it's doing is preventing the school partway through the alignment cycle when the schedules may have been done in a 2-year block for those leagues to jump in the middle of it and cause complete chaos to the schedule for everybody else. It's to say you should join at the start of the realignment cycle. And it's only a 2-year cycle. You're not waiting forever if you wait that one extra year to make sure, as Mr. Nelson said, you have an established program, first of all, so that you're not going to filter out on everybody else, but so that you don't come into the middle of the party.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Hunt.
I'd like to make a motion.
Shoot that.
I move for approval of NAC 385B, XXX.
Second.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments, anything from the public at this time? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Josh will make 2 quick exiting comments, if that's okay. To make sure, number one, a question about single gender school and membership was brought up in here. Also, the comment of fees needed to conduct a sport that a school wants to offer. Those are things that will come back to our regulation, rules and policies committee with regards to membership. So just make sure we address those, and those will be coming back.
Students who are new to the board and liaisons, just so you understand what we do. So these are proposed regulations now that what I will do following the meeting is send these to the Legislative Council Bureau, indicating to them that these are regulations we want to add. They take this language and they transform it into LCB lingo, as you would read in code or in our, with our other things. And so they come back a little bit different. Hopefully we'll have it back for the meeting in September, where you'll get to look at it as a group and say, yeah, that complies with what we talked about in June. We approved this, and then it goes back one more time, and then eventually hopefully becomes final. So just wanted to explain that that's the process, and these things take. We're starting on this now. This is going to probably take until this time next year for this to come into effect.
Okay. Thank you. Let's now turn to page 48. NAC 385B.
Back in January, we implemented the new physical form, and there was a lot of discussion about it being every year instead of every 2 years. And I know the SMAC, or the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, recommends every year. And so this language is changing. It's removing the language about every 2 years and the interim form that the students have to complete, and just puts in there, people must get the physical every year.
And we know that there are some districts, for one, I don't know about Washoe or anybody else, but we do require physical every year, so this is pretty consistent. Any comments, questions, discussion?
Kevin McCarthy,
Yes, sir.
what is Washoe do?
You're.
Physicals every year.
We do every 2 years, but any kid with an injury or concussion or had a doctor's reason for missing practice has to take a second visit. Sorry.
That's a lot.
This will change that. This will make it every year full physical.
Whatever the NIAA tells us to do, we'll do it.
Ron, I can, just to add, I have a couple of schools in Washoe County that have contacted me and said, can we go to every year now? And I said, yes, you guys can do that. And so there are a couple of schools in Washoe County doing every year.
Rand, for the record. So on page 48.3, I see where it's omitted that the school doesn't have to have the. I say it was that second page of that sports physical. Do we need to say something how the school still has to maintain, like page, I don't remember which page it was, of the physical form stating that the child is eligible to play sports? Does that need to be put into this regulation?
To specify which of the three documents.
Yeah, that the school has to maintain.
So
It's already on
subsection
board.
3, I'm reading that and I'm not, I don't know why. So that we can just not strike out and keep that, so that the school has to keep that language in there. Because most of our schools do collect the physicals within Activate. And so it's automatically kept in there.
Okay, so then this 3 need to be reinstated and not omitted then?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 3A and B.
Yeah, and resource, that's the item of staff, that's actually a good comment, because the forms are specific about what is
Yeah.
kept, that's what you're referring to, so I think that this would take care of it by reinstating 3A and B. That's fair. Right, or I haven't been saying this better.
No, I thank you. I think it's good. It's good. All right, any other questions, comments? Anything else? Okay, any comments from the public at this time? Okay, with that said, we're looking for a motion, please.
Member I,
Second.
All right, we have a first,
Just to be clear,
Mr. Anderson.
the motion to
add,
you would keep subsection
Subsection
would not be deleted.
right,
Thank you. All right. We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you so much. Let's go to page 50. Maximum number of teams during the summer solicitation sport. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Diane, and staff. Never thought I would have had this question, but there's always a first for everything. And about a year ago, a school had asked, can we please have multiple teams at each level? Please have 2 varsity teams, 2 JV teams, we have a ton of turnout, we're building a program. And I scratched my head and went, that's not what we do. We have schedules that have one school, they play each other, one school, we don't have school with A team A and team B built into a schedule, so you see a particular school listed multiple times in the schedule. But we didn't have a rule that said you can't. So that's what the genesis of this is, that you are only permitted to have one team per level. However, in a follow-up question to that was, we can only have 12 students on a basketball team. And we don't have that rule. The NFHS rulebook doesn't have that where you have a maximum number of participants on a team. So we specified that eight schools roster may reflect whatever number is identified or permitted, maybe on with local restrictions, whether it be on a school or a district basis. But the NIAA doesn't have it. So I think with 1 and 2 here on page 50, hopefully we answered the 2 questions that I received last year for the first time in 25 years. And meant to be a simple regulation.
Wade Folsom, Region 3, I
Yes, sir.
move to approve.
Override second.
Any comments, any questions?
Fran Sorensen for the record. I mean, is there a need? I do know my nephew's school in Nebraska, they have multiple varsity teams and multiple JV teams. They have a varsity A and a varsity B for extra teams.
Mr. McCartney.
Kevin, probably Region 4. So in a couple sports, just due to our enrollment size, we do have teams that they keep a large roster with the understanding of the parent contract, but they're only participating when we have tournaments, because we do enter sometimes 2 teams into local invitationals and tournaments, and those kids get to play then. So we resolve it that way, but so I would think this is good.
I just wanted to comment, I don't even know that we could officiate anymore than we have.
We have had in the past, and they'll take advantage of that we had a situation years ago where there was a tournament out of state. And there was also the same day, there was a league competition. So what the school wanted to do was we were gonna send our better players to the tournament. And then the lower part of our roster to stay home and play the league game. That in fact actually was attempted by a school. And that was, and I think that those situations will occur as a result of this. Yes, Bart.
Thank you, President Lombard Davis and our staff. What this also does, when you have, let's say, multiple JV teams or multiple freshmen, everybody's got game limits on what they can play. This kind of prevents somebody from being on the JVA and the JVB team. Instead of getting in baseball, they're 18 and 2 in basketball. I'm gonna go play with the JVAs for the first 18 games, and then there's some JVB games, and I'm gonna go play in 10 of those. Everybody on the straight and narrow with the same limits and the same expectations.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam President, I know for Washoe, I like this enabling legislative section number 2, because we currently have, some schools that's completely full with players, and we have other high schools that we can't get into. So I like that, because if not, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have, some high school with 2 teams, I'm gonna have one high school with no team. Rather force them to go to the other school somewhere somehow. So I like this. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions, comments? All right, looking for a motion.
We have a, sorry, we have Mr. Olson motion.
Oh, we have
and
first,
Isaac.
okay.
We did the right one.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. All right, with that said, no other comments from the public to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the ayes have it. We can now go to page 56. NAC 385B 800 general requirements for conduct of pupil conduct. Others, penalties and violations, gonna be a fun one, Mr. Nelson.
All right, this is under the chapter header of sportsmanship within our handbook, or administrative, but it goes pages 56 through 66. So it is long. The first intent of this is to bring in spectators into the auspice of the NIAA and to be able to regulate spectators with regards to disciplinary actions. The super familiar with this. When our initial discussions happened, superintendents felt positive in that the relations between their schools within districts could handle any kind of disciplinary measure that need to be communicated about potential spectator ejections and or trespassing issues that take place. But as the more we went through this, it was generally determined that maybe the NIAA should take this on. It's something we haven't done before, right? We focused on what we can control. But I guess our view is broadening in that we're gonna look at our contests as including all participants, even those in the stands. So there's a variety of information to this. You've got a little bunch of miniature ads of words, striking of words. Starts right there at 800. You see the word spectator will be in essence put through on a lot of this information, a lot of these different sections. I think you just need to take, if you haven't already, take time. Page 57, there is, if I remember right, there's nothing in there, but we included all the sections because they all link in together. So nothing in 806 or 808 that I remember. And then we have on page 58 an additional language that addresses requirements for spectators as well. Let's see what else we got here. Going to page 59, reports of violations, again, also addresses spectators, but this also then, as we transition to age 20, includes additional penalties or disciplinary measures for assaults. You'll see there also gets into ejections and enhanced penalty phases. We have advanced this through our sportsmanship committee. And we've also gone through regulations, rules, and policies committee 2 meetings ago when we first brought that group together. This was one of our main topics of conversation. The enhanced penalties for ejections, you can see on page, include all the way through page 61, 62. We also had this discussion with our officials, commissioners meeting just last week, so they were aware and comments from the commissioners with regards to these regulations. So I just want to make sure that you all take time, item by item, to see this. That's a general overview. But again, going through page 66 of what this entire batch of regulations 800 through 830 represents.
I would say a couple changes is that in prior years, an ejection, you sat for 1 game, now it's 2. It doesn't matter if it's football, if you're gonna lose 2 games, you know, whatever sport it is. So you gotta learn how to behave. And then the other part is on page 59. This is a long time coming. We've had situations where I'm the head basketball coach. However, I'm on the bench at a JV game. I'm running my mouth. I get ejected. However, I have to set the next JV game, but yet I can go and coach my varsity team. So now it has to go through a complete cycle. So I'm not only missing my varsity game that's next, but I have to set the next JV, and then, you know, technically you're missing 2 games. So this is really good. I have asked for this for years. This is plainly in here. Mr. Rollins.
Thank you for this one. I love the fact that we finally have the word spectator in here, and that would include family members, parents, and all of that. As a member of the sportsmanship committee, that was huge in what we were talking and dealing with on a regular basis. In previous incidents with parents, because there was no NIAA regulation specifically citing them in this section, we had some issues with the district in terms of dealing with trespassing parents and all of those types of things. This now provides us with the strength and the power to continue to do that and not have the hurdles that the parents were giving us in the past. And so I think this is vital. This is probably one of the best things in terms of upgrading and improving our documentation and rules and regulations. This is huge. This is great stuff, long time coming. I appreciate the effort of the board, Donnie's office, the officials association who played a major role with the and those committee members along with myself on the sportsmanship committee to get this done. Thank you very much. Job well done.
President Slon, if go ahead, and I do want to get back to Ellen, a question about our officials and a comment that came out of our commission meeting, so don't lose sight of that.
I have a retirement party of a colleague up here in Washington County. So I am leaving. Thank you guys so much again.
I love it.
Yep.
Bye, honey. Love you.
Okay, bye guys.
Take care.
That's safe, that's like Anderson.
Please don't miss it.
I won't.
I should go ahead, Kevin, and I take a couple seconds with,
I just 2 comments on this, but I can certainly wait.
no, please go, this might be a little bit.
Okay.
Sure.
Just Kevin's comment, reason 4. So, and maybe this is handled more at a district level, but just in the, on page 58, 810, requirements for school administrators. Number 1, it is still off, we need to be a little bit more prescriptive in that, but that's probably at a district level on what those expectations are. Of a program to teach and promote good sportsmanship, is that more than team meetings and an announcement that we make for the game, but that can be done at our level. And then 2, page 60, and I just have a concern, and I'm all for unsportsmanlike 2 days. I still have a problem with 2 in-play yellow cards in soccer. I just have a problem, I mean, so, I mean, there's a difference between that and projections in other sports. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, and that's tough, because that was part of the discussion we had with coaches and with the SNOA. And that's always a hot topic in the full season coaches meetings. That's an NFHS rule, right? The 2 yellows. But I would say this. If I'm a soccer player, no, I can't slide that twice. You know, I gotta watch my play. But on the flip side of this, and I'm gonna go in a different direction right now, I think it's really important when you have those preseason coaches meetings in the fall, we're gonna start that out. And where I know you guys are going to be there in front and in talking with all of the coaches, get the SNOA involved. I think this is a great time to have this, perfect time to have this conversation. And where there's a united front between the 2. So I know that's off topic, but I think that's so important.
And 5,000 basketball, right? Is that different than 2 yellow? I mean, I just want to be specific. I mean, I'm gonna answer that.
I hear that
That's what-
all the
I
time.
just want to make sure we're clear on it, right?
So, yeah, so thank you. So Don Nelson from the staff, Ms. Townsend, I'm gonna bring you in 3 points that were well made coming out of our commissioners meeting with officials. Number 1 was that football, in essence, only has half the number of games as other sports. 9 plus a possible Hall of Fame game, 10 during the allotment. And the penalty of having a 2 contest disqualification for football could seem pretty steep compared to other sports. So that's part 1. We'll come back to that in a second. The second part was just what Mr. McPartland said about soccer and the 2 yellow cards equating to a quote unquote ejection or quote unquote a disqualification. Whereas basketball, 5 fouls, exactly what was said, that's a disqualification, it's not ejection. In soccer, we are expecting our commissioners of officials for soccer to actually present something to our office to say, can we have an amendment or a trial period, a pilot program is my words, to say that such actions of 2 yellows that are not egregious of an offensive red card ejection, even though it equates to that, we have an exemption to experiment with that not being that, because we're no longer into 2 soft yellows anymore. That doesn't exist with the NFHS rules. So the 2 yellows equates to what's determined to be an ejection. So we still need to talk about that. 61, the understanding that a disqualified or ejected player would have to leave the contest and not be administered anymore in the dugout or on the bench by an adult, but they actually have to leave the game playing area. That can't be seen out of sight, out of mind. Is that too punitive for a program that may not have an assistant coach or other designee to be responsible for that particular pupil? And do we put a designee from the school or a parent, somebody's not there to say you're one-on-one with the students, you got to go outside the gym or be in the locker room? Does that put an adult in an uncompromising position should something happen? three very great debatable topics that I don't know quite what we do. And we haven't addressed that in this because this is how it was presented to officials. So Ellen, 3 points. First of all, the football age, comment on that. And is there a thought with anybody about football? Do we reduce the penalty for football specifically to only one contest because of the limited number of opportunities?
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Yeah, that was kind of the point was, I mean, the officials are going to administer whatever the deciding factor is and whatever the penalty is. But because football does have, you know, at least half the game schedule that most other sports have, is this, you know, really penalizing that individual on a 2 game versus just a 1 game. It could be 1 game and then I guess potentially leave it as it is, where the school can administer anything beyond that as well. Correct? Right now it's 1 game, and if the school determines something beyond that, they can increase that. Is that correct? Right?
First or second.
Yeah, the first or second, right?
Where'd they go? I'm just on this thing.
Yeah, so it just came up on, you know, is that fair, given the sport and the limits on the games for football versus volleyball, basketball, baseball, swimming, dive, track, whatever it might be.
Yeah, let me throw my personal opinion in. I think 2 is fine, and I'll tell you why. I read those reports. And they're appalling. What officials are being called, the language that is being used. Again, I read those objection reports. And across the board. And we really need to make kids and adults accountable. That's me.
Jay,
I'm
I'll
gonna
come
go
back to you
to-
a little bit.
I'm gonna go to Tammy real quick.
Yeah, Tammy, NIAA liaison. I guess my question from the very beginning, and this may be a district thing, might be an NIAA, is if I'm all about adding spectators in, but how do we control that? How do we know that? Like, I'm Legacy High School, how do I know if someone got kicked out of Cimarron as a spectator and then come into my school? Who's controlling that? Who's keeping note of that?
I can answer that question. Jay, there's other things I want to get back to you on this. In an ejection report that would be filed by in this case, not just a contest official, which then goes out to the school, goes out to the association, comes into our office. The same thing would happen if an official happens to eject a spectator. Now it brings in, if an athletic administrator or a school representative, or it could be principal, whoever, ejects a spectator, you will then also send in an ejection report. In this case, it goes out to potentially the other school as well, besides the official association, besides the NIAA. I know we still need to work through that detail a little bit, and Jay may be able to better answer that question amongst other things when we get back to it, but.
Yeah, I was gonna ask because we don't take IDs at games.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
I know my friends that are principals and teachers that have duty at night, they're looking at the line of 500 people coming in already, don't catch kids and people coming through the door. They're not.
Well, I'll tell you, when someone's 86 from a game, which occurs, because I see those letters too, it's the administrator that will call, hey, listen, tonight, just to let you know, this individual is, it has been 86, if they come to the game, then that's where the administrator needs to talk to the coach, hey, listen, if you see visually this person, I mean, it's gonna take some work. It's gonna take some work. It's gonna be accountability on everybody. Oh,
Colin McNaught, so just to the question, to the point of football, I just bringing up, like, I think, for example, what comes to my mind is golf. Well, has a lower number of competitions, so I think just we're opening the door for football to do less, then I just wonder if there would be other sports that would say, like, what about me, what about me?
I don't think there's been an ejection involved in 220 years.
It's a valid point.
I'd like to see that.
I don't want to jump. Golf contest limits are on top of my head, I think they're 14. So I think we have plenty. I think it's more, football is the fewest amount. I'm not sure.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Just to clarify, Mr. Nelson, officials don't eject spectators. We may go to the administrator or say something and they do it, but we don't get involved in that. We don't go eject any spectators. Stay out of the bleachers.
Washoe County has ejected parents, and they have not been able to go to the away games of this school that their kids play for. The only stipulation that we have with that is that the administrator from the school who is visiting would have to be at the gate to make sure that that parent does not come in, and it's that administrator's responsibility of the visiting team to watch that. The other thing is that when school police delivers to trespassing, when that's delivered, it is, the conversation includes that if you are caught breaking this, that you will be eliminated from all Washoe County School District properties for the remainder of that season. So it does take a little bit of more work for the school, especially the school that is trespassing that parent for that amount of time. We're only talking really now about one game, the following game. But we've had to trespass a parent for the remainder of the season. So, and you just gotta communicate that with, our biggest problem is it's easy to do within the city limits of Reno at our 10 schools that we have there. It's tough when we gotta go to Carson or to Douglas or something like that, where we have to go out of district to go and do that, but we have.
The member's real question was, you might be ejecting somebody under a very negative circumstance. You're not gonna ask them, hey, by the way, can I see your ID so I know who you are? They can report you. What happens in those situations if somebody just runs out of there, knows they're ejected? What if we can't identify that person? That's just the problem, right?
That's just a problem. That's just what you're gonna deal with, but most of the time, it's like anyone else. Somebody's gonna identify and know who that parent was and tell somebody within the remainder of that game, or sometime within 24 hours of that game, that person will be identified.
Well, I was saying, not even more so that, but at the following games, we
Yes.
aren't presenting IDs, more paying for tickets, and they can get it in.
The school would know. I got money, especially. if-
But you said if administrator, yeah, if somebody's there that can visibly ID the person, that, that.
But we also. Wait,
I want to jump back to football. One thing that we're not talking about here is the nature of that game. It's a violent game. You could get ejected on a call where we don't have replay, and now we're ejecting a kid that they said went head to head. We can rewatch film, and it wasn't head to head. Wasn't contacted. Now we're talking about ejecting that kid for 2 games.
Well, I can tell you that every football appeal that I've been involved in, I was coach for 23 years. Every football appeal that the ejection that I've gone to, there was an appeal, the video was watched, and there was, in some cases, a change in the call, and the kid was allowed to play the next week, or they kept it the same based on what the video showed. I think the more important question here, as far as relating football to the other sports, is what does that percentage look like? What is a percentage of, what is it, a 21-24 game basketball season? So you get kicked out, you lose that game, and the next game, that's 2 games. Right? Is it, you're kicked out of the 4th quarter of this game, so you're kicked out of the rest of that quarter and the following game. And then the following game, that's 2% of 21-23 games. Whereas a football player is kicked out of that game and the following 2 games, that's a hell of a lot different percentage of the season that you're kicking the kid out of. And I'm not saying that just because I am a football coach, but again, a football player should be kicked out. If you get kicked out of a football game for hitting somebody, and that's what you're supposed to do, and you do it wrong, you should be kicked out. Now, I don't know, a football player should be kicked out of 20% of their, or 30% of their games, where a basketball player is only going to get kicked out of their game for 13% or 11%. So I think you got to look at it from that standpoint.
Ask and a question comes in from the school, hey, can we get together our game officials to make sure they really believe that this was an objectionable offense? Would they consider retracting it? Jay, how do you deal with that, just so we understand the process for school to look at this, or coach to say, help me out?
Okay, well, then listening to This, Matt, I kind of agree with you. I think one game in football is sufficient. Even though it's different than the rest, it's different than the rest.
I mean, we don't want any ejections, right?
Right. I deal with ejections in our office. We had 439 or 400 we're addressing. Trying to get that number down. I mean, a ridiculous amount of ejections, and of course, most of them were soft. Just based on the rules. But soccer is a little bit out of control on the fields of that. It needs to be cleaned up. As far as ejections and the phones calls that come after coaches, parents, administrators, for the most part, say, Jay, you need to take a look at the film. I'm sending it to you. This didn't happen like the official saw it. I watch it. They're correct. It didn't happen like the official wrote it down in the report. I contact the official, have them watch it. They go, yeah, that was a bad ejection. I will rescind it and not make the kids sit the next game. I do that. I play God in the NIAA office as far as that goes and just try to be fair. And I think I am fair. I've officiated. I know what's unsportsmanlike and what isn't. Somebody else could do the same job. There's no doubt about it. But I just try to make sure I always keep in perspective. I want the kids playing and I want the coaches coaching. And if I can find a reason to have them back on the field the next game, based on the rules we have, I do it. But it has to be with the officials, okay. I'm okay if you rescind that ejection, Jay. If they say absolutely no way, then I'm not overturning the official. I never overturn an ejection, number one. I do overturn the additional penalty. So I always tell the officials that I'm not overturning your ejection. You took care of a problem you had on the field or the court and you got rid of the kid. And that takes care of the problem. And then making the kids sit another game, those are debatable and I get to review those and say, you know what, that's just not right. That kid should be playing Friday night. And I call the school and I also call the school that they're playing and tell them that kid got ejected last night, you know it. And you play them next week, he's gonna be playing and I want you to know. Because they watch film, they see a kid got ejected and they may be, hey, we don't have to worry about that kid. I may review it middle of the week, say, hey, that kid's okay to play. Make sure the school, those schools know. It's just part of my job. It's part of my job that I like. I like to be fair to both sides. Officials, you know what? They have the ultimate say though. If they tell me no, Jay, that ejection was well deserved and there's not something that I can provide them proof that they're wrong. I'm sticking with their call. And the kid will sit. That's how I've done business for the last 25 years.
Yeah, having played, coach and officiated and verbally assaults. I've probably been verbally assaulted and I probably have done some verbally assaulting. What discussion went around verbally assaults? Because, you know, I've officiated with some officials that got some pretty thin skin, you know, but at the same time, where's that line, right? And as Jay says, if a kid or a spectator or a coach gets kicked out for verbally assaulting, what, is there a definition there? Is it the same review? I would imagine it's the same review process, Jay. You
If it's personal, if they get personal with an official, I'm not gonna side with that at all. You know, I agree, that call is horrible versus you're horrible, Blue.
Yeah.
Those are two different things.
So but that's my question, is verbally assaulting, because with all the competitions that we have, consistency in officiating is huge, right? We all know that. Being consistent as an official, being consistent as a player, being consistent as a coach. But with all the contests that we play, the consistency kind of goes out the window because everybody has a different level of consistency when it comes to that. So that was one thing that stuck out to me in this regulation here is verbally assaults. Is there a way you could maybe say personally, I know it's difficult.
It's really not. I mean, and Pam, you've read the reports as I do. We know what a verbal assault is based on what we're reading in this report.
When the kids-
sometimes kick your ass after the game. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
That's mine.
I agree. I just don't want somebody to get kicked out when they say, need glasses.
No, you know, I mean, you know, sometimes that's hard to prove one way or another, and it's usually he said, she said, and there's three sides to every story when it comes to objections. You know, it's just something that I deal with, but I always have to side with the officials because they're supposed to be the side that is, you know, no interest in this and no bias, and I tell the coaches, why would they talk to me? I go, but you're biased. And they just stop, they go, oh. Yeah.
So Sean,
Sean Simon's 2A liaison. I was just gonna commend Jay. Unfortunately, me and Jay have had some incidents from my little school, about once a year, I'd say, we talk on the phone. And he's right, he, you know, he watches the film. As the administrator of my school, I handle that, I keep the coaches from, parents from calling him as best as I can. We had our best player get ejected from a state semifinal game at Urrington last year, and for throwing a punch on the sideline after the kid had headlocked him. Jade got back with me and said the official association did a great job in ejecting the player, but they kind of didn't, they say, hey, we should have ejected the other kid as well, because they were both kind of, and they did it, which is fine. Which leads me to page 61, number 3, when it says, when serving a suspension, players not to be in attendance at any game, contest, or meet at any level for the sport which they were rejected until all sanctions are completed. Staff sanctions mean the sportsmanship course, correct? So that student, if we decide on one game for football or 2, is still eligible to come and be on the sideline with, or is that, I don't know.
no,
No, it's a complete change.
It's a complete change. So in this case that we had last year, yeah, that has some teeth to it. As far as the kid gets ejected in the state semifinal game, if his team happens to win said game, they will not be on the sidelines for a state championship.
because part of the conversation was that kid can then become a distraction.
True.
Could be a clown, can, you know, cause havoc. you
Now,
know.
forget about state championships, regular season. The
Right.
next week, the team goes on the road, 2A and 1A, we're traveling long distances. So now, Mr. Strong's always been an advocate about for kids and stuff. Now this kid's alone as far as like at home on the weekend.
Because our rule applies for a coach.
Yeah.
And that was part of it, we wanted to make it consistent. Yeah,
Sean, that, Guy Nelson, that was, besides the football game contest, that was number 2. What happens to that student? Not only during the game and having to leave, no longer can sit in the dugout, no longer sit on the bench, you gotta be out of the gym proper, you can't be seen out of sight, out of mind. Who policies that person? And then part 2 was, you're on a weekend road trip. What happens in that? Is there somebody there who can say, hey, we gotta stay in the bus while our team's going play, and somebody gotta sit with you on the bus? I don't know the answer to that.
I mentioned to
We don't know how to see coaches.
Just in the wording, that's what I saw.
Well, that happened. The state football game 2 years ago at McQueen, at Las Vegas Stadium, the head coach gets kicked out, the head coach at McQueen gets kicked out of the game. Third quarter or early fourth quarter, guess who had to babysit him? Quarter and a half. Yours truly in the locker room, so, I mean, somebody has to do it. I mean, it's gonna happen, and somebody has to do it, you better be ready to get that done.
Mr. Strong.
Like strong 1A liaison, it used to be a while back that you didn't let that kid back onto the court or the field again. You took them to the locker room, somebody sat with them, so they didn't hurt themselves, tear somebody's locker room up, whatever the case might be. That since changed because of those, because the issue you have as administrator, you're one-on-one with a kid now in the locker room when things aren't going well. So that cannot be, that can turn bad on you in a hurry, right? So there's a reason why they came back to the bench, you know, a couple of years ago, where when a kid gets ejected, heads to the locker room, I bring him back out, sit with him on the bench, while we finish the game, right? When people were thinking of an old rule. But I also know years ago when, you know, coach was on a road trip and at Round Mountain, you know, 7 o'clock at night, sitting out on a bus in the cold, they can't go inside. Because they had been injected the night before. Well, my school, I just want to add there. A good friend of mine, he's sitting outside, right?
Yeah.
Eureka Round Mountain
But I
trip.
think a
So
lot of those are just case by case situations too. I don't think we need to be so punitive with that. I think what we're talking about is if on a Thursday I get ejected, we don't play again till Saturday, I stay home on a Saturday. If you're on a road trip, or, you know, you get ejected, the kid has to be supervised one way or another. If they're just like soccer, there's only one coach. You're not gonna put the kid, hey, go sit under the tree. You'll lose the kid, you know. I wouldn't see a problem with the kid at the end of the bench. Hey, listen, you talk to him, you have to sit here, watch your P's and Q's and. You know, that's a supervision issue.
So Cimarron's golf, when they get ejected, doesn't have to leave the golf.
Just to clarify.
Bad for.
You get to stood at the 18th hole.
Give me a good story if I ever use one. I mean, mine was basically along those same lines. I'm a female administrator. I'm not going anywhere near a locker room with but I mean, football is different because you have a lot of coaches. Soccer, I have one soccer coach for JV and varsity. He's not going, who's going? I'm not going anywhere near,
See, that's where it comes back to,
but it's
we
gonna,
gotta think this out because it would be very easy for you to take that kid, put him in the stand, let him sit next to you. I mean, we have to be able to.
if it's a
problem
home
solve.
game, for sure.
Right,
But if it's an away game, who's taking care of it? And that's what, because we don't go to every away soccer game, there's not enough.
it's a coach's responsibility. I mean, we don't have to make this topic so punitive.
We're not done with this
Yeah.
yet, but.
It's gonna come up a lot.
Yeah,
It's going to.
Jay, did you have something?
No.
I think we're getting way in.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, so you know what, we want to take care of ejections. I understand that, we want to get the number down. As far as kids who get ejected and have to sit on the soccer bench or sit on the basketball bench. I can report 0 problems with that kid getting involved. Later in the game. An ejected player comes back onto the court from wherever they are when the game is over. That happens. So why not have them there, right, you know, the coaches love to come back too when they get ejected after the game ends. Not all the time, and rarely do they present a problem. I think we're talking about a few instances here where kids or coaches have had a problem after they've been ejected. So I don't look at that as a huge deal. I wasn't part of the sportsmanship committee. I probably should have been, but I just passed on, you know, and I have other duties and you know what, I take care of the ejections. And all of this stuff, I appreciate the work that's been done. We gotta try something. We're going real punitive right now. 2 games for football, I think is too much. But that's just my opinion. I mean, the sportsmanship committee, they were pretty unanimous in saying, let's go 2 games. So we can go that route and maybe it'll turn it around. Maybe it's the right call.
Kevin, probably region 4, I agree with Jay. I mean, just, we need to do something, right? 413, like, we need to do something. I think I just, with that language, you know, what we're saying here is when there's extra coaches, when there's administrator there, like, we remove them, but having it in there, we might need to add some language, when applicable, when appropriate, and we might need to soften just so that a coach or an administrator, or, you know, it doesn't take that and we have a negative situation where a kid's unsupervised because they're trying to follow the letter of this.
Liability.
Yeah,
And then you forfeit,
right,
because there's no other way.
right. So you need some,
Yeah.
I like what you're saying, the comment center, right? This kid, like, you have one shot, you can stay back on this fence behind our bench, you know, on the soccer field, but,
And then after the game, meet you right here,
Yeah,
because I can go ahead. I mean, we need the coaches.
and I think the coaches can do that. I just think if we don't have
Absolutely.
something that demonstrates they have that option when there's no other ability to separate that kid.
It's a good point. The last thing you need is for someone to have a situation where they have the ability to say, you yourself violate the NAC regulations, therefore, now there's liability.
Ellen,
Yeah, so to Mr. Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, so maybe to your point, Mr. McFarland is on page 61, 3-2. You could just say the player must remain under team supervision for the duration of the contest.
Team or school, if there is another coach or administrator or something there.
Or under school supervision or team or school, would out of the playing area, that just possibility.
Yeah, baseball, coach gets ejected. One of my favorite umpires, Mike Barron, used, coach, I don't want to smell you and I don't want to see you.
Alrighty. So let's go back to football.
Okay.
If you believe 2 is too many, again, Jay and I read the reports. Maybe we should bring him and share them with you. Do we, can't believe I'm even seeing do we need to maybe say this ejection warrants a level 1? This ejection warrants a level 2? You know, going back to the hit example, you know, we would have to leave it up to the discretion of the officials to say, hey, if it's a level 1, then it's a 1-game ejection. I know this is way out of the box. We haven't talked about this.
Right.
But if it's demeaning, if it's profanity being directed, I mean, what comes out of these adults and kids' mouths is threatening at times. Like I said, Jay and I'll be more than happy to bring in some examples. That was never discussed at the sportsmanship committee. I'm going to start with Mr. Coker.
Well, I could say, you know, maybe the terminology should be up to 2 games. And if Jay's has the final discretion on what the penalty is, then he kind of knows the discussion that we've had at the table.
No, thank you.
That, but with the increased number, that shouldn't, yeah, that's a big responsibility because that falls on the official, that falls on the commissioner. Jay doesn't see all of them. The majority of the ejections, I'll tell you, probably 90% of them are from the south.
So hardline numbers probably, yeah.
I think, you know, I mean, just speaking about football, and I'm looking at ejections, and I know what the history has been too, for many, many years running. I mean, we don't have ejections in track. We don't have ejections in sports where there are less than 18 games allowable. So now we're talking about football, which has 9, which is exactly half of what everybody else has. I just think 1 makes sense in football. Now, obviously, if you get into a bench clearing type situation where you're watching kids go crazy, then you know what, you penalize accordingly. You penalize them the game, and then if there's additional sanctions needed and the school doesn't take care of business, and that's a big deal for me. I always try to let the school take care of what they feel is egregious, and we do too. Will they do it? And Pam's shaking her head going, no, but I've talked to many schools, hey, we've already sat the kid 2 games, he's out. He's doing this, he's doing that. So, I mean, it does happen where the school steps up. I just think football, most of the ejections are in football are for somebody punching somebody. You know, in a uniform, somebody punched some guy in the helmet, ow. You know, that's what I'm saying. But you know, close fist punch in football, 1 game ejection, not 2. Makes sense to me. I just think we can just do that. We can have 1 in football and 2 in all these other sports that have 18 games allowed.
Hang on, Mr. Hyde, you've had your hand up for that.
Go ahead, Ray.
Well, in football, you can be ejected for targeting. Correct.
Yeah, right.
So if you're ejected for targeting, is that 2-game suspension?
Right now,
Yeah, you're out of that game and then you're out of the next 2 according to this.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm a proponent of the 1 game of football. I really am. Is it worthwhile to discuss, if it's real egregious quarters? You're ejected for 4 quarters, you're ejected for 6 quarters. is that something to talk about? A quarter versus game?
Unfortunately, I have to admit that I've done that in my 25 years. I don't like doing it. It's a real compromising position that I don't like doing. But I have done it. Can't even remember what, I guess I tried to forget.
When you go to Colin,
Just quick clarification question, Xavier, you're gonna like this. And maybe it's from, is there a Title IX issue with, limiting, having different rules for, I understand football can have those things, but like, is there a Title IX issue with saying football has different rules than everybody else?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. I don't think it would be a Title IX issue. I think it's more based on proportionality in terms of schedules and games. So, and on that note, Mr. President, I want to make one comment. I kind of agree with the one as opposed to two because of that. You know, the number of games as compared to other sports. And I think what we want to do is stay away from imposing or writing a new rule and regulation that's vague and allows for discretion. It's easier and it's easier to uphold when it's a rule. The rule is the rule. It's just, you know, you do this, that's the consequence. There's not a lot of room because otherwise we get into discretion.
You know, we're talking about this and it really comes down to until adults change their behavior, the student athletes aren't going to change their behavior. And I'll bet you the adults and a lot of these student athletes need a real education on what they're doing. These student athletes acting the way they're acting, whether it be at home or whether it be. So I don't even know if there's something we can put out there. They really need to be educated. Yeah, hey, look, your kid's gonna be out 2 games if they act inappropriately on the court, field, whatever it might be. But that's where it really, honestly, I don't really have a lot of hope right now that this is even gonna help. I really don't, whether it's 1 game or 2 games. I really don't until adults start changing their behaviors. And that's why I love the spectator thing. Like, you know, that's where I think the real change is. So I think 1 game for football is the right call. I don't, you know, we don't want to see anybody get ejected, right? We want people and the student athletes to act right. How do we get them there? Is this the right step? This is the only step I know to do, right? More punishment, I guess. But how do we educate them to act right? What, you know, this is reactive to poor behavior, but what do we do before this? What do we have any power to do anything before this? I mean, I guess we kind of left up to the adults in the district to pull that garbage together and the coaches and the ADs and the principals and the parents, first of all. So I'm just 1 game for football. And I don't even know if we need to discuss it anymore.
Madam Chair, I think it'd be a good idea that we don't identify it by sport. Maybe something to the effect of 10 games or less per season gets 1, 11 games or more per season gets 2. Because the last thing you want to do is identify a specific sport and have individuals playing. Like if someone's having soccer, oh, football is known to be much more aggressive and much more, you know, destructive. But now you're saying that they only get 1, but we get 2. So I would say if it's 10 or less games, it's 1, then it's 11 or more. So that way no one's identifying any specific sport. Right?
yeah, we need to specify 10 because that is the max football of the Hall of Fame. I would also like to staff, if you would, speak with other state associations to see if they have any type of training material, videos, something that, maybe we can disseminate to schools that we could use in our administrators meetings. You know, to give guidance to schools that they can share with kids as well.
Yeah, no, I know we got a lot of questions. The NFHS Learn has all that stuff on there. If we could ever get our coaches to show something like that in their preseason meetings. It's there.
But I just think if the NIAA, when this rolls out, could also say, listen, this is the expectations, here's some guidance, here's some material that schools you may utilize, we encourage you to utilize. I think that is a long way as well. All right.
Lori, in Activate, are kids and parents signing some sort of a sport, is there a sportsmanship agreement in Activate?
Yes, there is, and it's actually being updated now for the next school year. That'll be different. Parents and students have to sign up.
Okay, so I mean, at least there is that, as far as, coaches. I know with our coaches, I have had them say, like, if your child gets ejected, if your child is out of line, even if it's an away trip, I will be calling you, and it is the expectation of the parent that you come and you pick up your child, because I will not tolerate any sort of unsportsmanlike behavior from them.
Kevin McFarland, Region 4. So I love the work of the sportsmanship committee. I think for me, and I hear around the room, like, I think I'm ready with proportional and sports with 10 to move forward with that. I do think as a next step for sportsmanship, just to kind of follow what Matt said, is, in our schools, we're doing a lot of work with restorative practices, right? To try to get kids to reflect on, understand the damage done, and that, I think, is the next natural step here is, it would already work, right? So to do something more restorative, maybe that's the next action step for this committee, try to develop some systems for us as a recommendation.
Note that our sportsmanship, that was in the 22nd goal.
Right, so we give the tools.
Calling it down, moving forward. I think, to Mr. Willie's point, I think that's a perfect solution. I think that feels like it's not just, we're just making an exception. Football, we're doing whatever it may be, golf could be included in that. But I think moving on to Mr. Nelson's second point about soccer, I think I believe very strongly that should be considered here, because I think an ejection we're talking about in a more aggressive sport is not the same as 2 yellows. So my question first, it should never be ejected, but my eyes, what projections we have, are we able to distinguish what's a 2 yellow ejection versus a red ejection? Do we know that?
I mean,
JB's my staff, we've gone full circle, Colin, over the last 25 years in soccer ejections. We used to have no soft red, and then we had a soft red ejection where you didn't have to miss the next game, and that lasted a decade. And then coaches decided, and the officials and the NIAA board decided, you know what, forget that. They're sitting, because we were getting way too many soft yellows, being repeat offenders, and then it got to the point where, okay, now NIAA, you need to start counting yellow cards for all these schools and seeing, who are the bad, offenders out there, just kind of got certain kids that go out there and do this every game. Well, of course, I voted no on that. I don't want to count yellow cards. I mean, with that, I'll fall. And yeah, asked our officials, okay, well, we're going back to, no more soft red. You get 2 yellows, you're out, and you're out the next game. And that's where we are today. I look at the reports, I'll tell you, half of them are probably half or more, probably 2 yellows, you're out. And the other half, 40% would be straight red. A lot of bad language in soccer. It's just, it runs rampant on the field, and to me, that's a straight red. Even though sometimes an official will put a yellow card, and so they administer it differently. So I don't like the idea of going back to a soft yellow. I know it was discussed in the commissioners meeting, proposal from the north, saying let's try it just in the north and see how it works. Not a fan of having one rule in the north and another rule in the south. I'm not a fan of that for any of that around the time. So I think soccer and to say that basketball, you get 5,000 and you get ejected. A foul in basketball is different than a foul in soccer. I mean, they can call just a foul in soccer, just like they do in basketball. It's nothing. It's just, just like it is in basketball. The other team gets the ball out of bounds. Put the ball down, the other team gets the ball. If it's egregious, and a foul, then they put a yellow card on it. Let the kid, let the team know, hey, one more of those and you're out. So just stop it, because soccer can get out of control. If they don't put the yellow on and say, hey, next one, you're gone. So it's different. And basketball and soccer are not alike, and that's constantly saying, you always hear that 5 fouls in basketball, you're just out of the game. 2 fouls, or in soccer, you're out the next game. Not the same.
Yeah, I have to say.
I'll tell you, at one point, we tallied we looked at every one of our soccer ejections. We owned them. And I think only about 25% were 2 yellows. Everything else was lingering. Because we wanted to take a look at that as well. So.
We had 201 ejections in soccer.
We need to.
So this one's 201.
Yeah, I think what we need to do, I think it's been a great conversation. Donnie just made the comment that it needs to come back. I think, this should probably go back to the, sportsmanship committee.
With comments from the board.
Yes. You agree with that?
And
Yes.
does that mean we are? I don't know when the sportsmanship committee meets, but when we get to fall sports, soccer season. Are we right where we are right now?
Everything has to be discussed. I think that's why that fall coaches meetings it's so important that NIAA is there.
Well, we can use that fall meeting and every meeting that we have next year to let everybody know that it's coming.
It's coming.
And I'm okay with that. I think if they know it's coming, I don't think that's gonna make everybody go crazy. Let's go crazy one more time.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, down south, Tammy sits in our meetings and they've heard it. They think it's coming.
Well,
And I think it'll give us time to figure out the yellows, the soccer, the 2 yellows, and if we need to go in a different direction and what that looks like. But I'll be more than happy to share ejection reports with you in the fall meeting because you would be appalled. Yes.
Probably not. I just, the only thing I would say is I do think the spectator layer of this is urgent. Because I do think that there needs to be a consequence. So I think all of my questions seem still that I'm hesitant on the entire thing. I just think that obviously there are some questions here, but I do feel like the spectator layer of it is a little more urgent. We need to think about protecting our officials, right? And from spectator behavior, because it is out of control. Parents are out of control in regards to that. And so I think there is a value in us providing some more teeth to our administrators when it comes to spectators. So, I'm not as kick this back, but I just think if there's some questions that we have about that 2 versus 1, and then the soccer layer of it, but that exists now anyway, right? So the conversation here is just add spectators and go to 2, right? That's the main change here.
Well, and football, we're looking.
Yeah, but
But that is
either
what-
that or we continue with it's 1, right? And spectators are not a part of that, right? Those kind of 2 broad options here.
Because like you said, you made a great point about we have to protect the officials. That's why we don't have officials.
Yeah.
Because of the behavior that is being displayed, that occurs, and God bless you for being an official. And I'm just telling you. So where could we go with this? If we want to go forward, now we're picking it apart, right? Is there anything at this point that we can do going forward as a board to implement something for consequences for parent behavior, spectator behavior, without a regulation?
Can we motion this with the inclusion of the word spectator? Or where the word spectator is?
So all I understand, legal counsel, the problem I have is this is the work of the sportsmanship committee that has been brought back to you with the board for approval. There's been some good discussion. Yeah, I think that the number of suggested potential changes in the fact that you comment that it should be reworked by the sportsmanship committee. I think it's better to submit this one time to the LCB as opposed to trying to parse out, just sections of it, and send that on now and others later. Because inevitably we're gonna have a problem, and it all kind of goes together. What I'm saying, unless if you feel, Lori, that we can take certain pieces and submit those, I'd be happy to do that. And then we can come back with an additional number of regs that would go at subsequent times. That should be the new ones. That might be the way to go. What was that? You do that. So if we just take this, we've been through a word search, basically leave spectator in and take other things out, you said, Mark?
There's part of that that's part things that I staff. There's a new portion of this that's sitting in your packet on page 58. It's that whole blue area, required for spectators.
Yeah, right.
You can pull that obviously out of there. It's gonna be its own knack. Again, I'm no Johnny Cochran. There's spectators listed in all these different knacks that are in here. That's where it gets a little tricky. But of course, when you're then gonna go back and add some of the other stuff. But I think if you could tie some of the other things into that new 385B triple X that's in there, maybe that's your best bet.
Yeah. And again, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the only problem I have, I think that we could submit just that as a regulation and then come back with the additional amendments to these regulations somewhere down the line. One standalone reg on page 58, I feel like the LCB along with these others. It's a good idea. This is waiting.
Oh, actually, the only thing that we really seem to be discussing is the NAC for 385B822, which is ejection. Everything else we seem to all be okay with. The main changes were like on 60 and 61. So we should be able to do everything but that one.
You're saying through age 20?
Everything except for NAC 360, page 60 and 61, 385B822, the ejection area, because that's so 1A is where we're discussing the amount of games. And then 3 on 61, 3, 1, and 2 are the, like how do you divide the people, like those are the two main things that we debated. Everything else we've agreed on nobody's really discussed anything else, like we're okay with it.
822, the one you're mentioning is the one that goes out with every ejection that comes into our office that goes to the school, that particular regulation. So you're right, that's the one that goes, lets a school know, hey, you have a kid or a coach ejected, and here's the rule. So, your idea is good. It's still cumbersome for this group to go through that and get all the wording right.
One would just say we should be able to prove everything else today but that.
Yeah.
If we want to change the language on this part. All right, and Kevin?
So I have two questions for clarification is when we have these committees, so we're just accepting or rejecting what they brought forward. We don't amend.
No. All I just when the board puts together a committee such as the realignment committee, the sportsmanship committee, they do their work and it comes back to this body. This body's the final word on whatever that committee does. So you can do anything with what they present. You can change. You can accept it just as it is. You can reject it in whole. You can modify it. You could actually. Because you're the final word. The board makes the decisions with respect to everything.
I'd like to make a motion Oh,
Oh, wait, hang on.
Ellen, go ahead, yeah, thank you.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I mean, I like the idea of trying to get and approve. My one concern is there repercussions for spectators? Other than on page 59. 385B 820. I mean, we're on 385 on page 60, 385B 822, it does mention spectator in there. I just want to make sure, like, it's the requirements for spectators on page 58, the new NAC is great. Are there then repercussions in here for not complying with those requirements? Are they in here?
On 59 at the bottom.
Yeah, I see 59. Would that be necessary? Would that be enough
Well, we can
to
come
get
back.
us through the season? If we're talking about submitting portions of this to the legislative council bureau.
Well, just for clarification purposes, while actually the new council, these will not be in effect for this upcoming season. These would be going to the LCB now and coming back at the beginning, hopefully, at the beginning of next school year, so at the beginning of the fall season, we'll be halfway through the fall. By the time we see,
Kevin McCarthy, Region 4, I'd like to make a motion to accept these recommendations from the Sportsmanship Committee with the one amendment in 385B on 822. 1A may not participate in or attend the next one game if the sport has 10 or less contests, or next two scheduled games if more than 11 or more contests. I can make that motion.
You want to keep 3 in its entirety. All right, Deanna Riddle, I'll second.
We also have on page 61, 3.2, the player must. You need to include that one as well.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Okay. That one.
Kevin, still existing though is under, if you look on page 61, you have a second? Sorry.
Yeah, we don't have a second.
Thank you. Donis and staff, on page 61, we talked about under team or school supervision. This is under 3 parts 1, 2, and 3 on page 61 about, right, softening, sending a student out of sight, out of mind at the facility. So that's why I was a little worried about that. We haven't amended that.
We're going to amend 2 by the player must remain
The team or school
under team or
supervision.
school supervision for the duration of that contest. Yeah,
So amending the out of sight part,
Correct.
yes. Kevin has to amend it. Right, and I'll second Kevin's amended.
okay,
That's my baby.
so those are the 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I missed anything.
so this applies all the way to page 66.
Yes, then can we make sure Bart's right with the data?
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, President Sloan. Question probably for Mr. McPartland on this. Motion to be made about the 10 games that the sport limits as opposed to a team playing that many games where maybe the sport got a limit higher. Team plays fewer games than that. We're talking about the game limit.
Yes, thank you.
What is the limit of wrestling?
It's 14, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's 14.
You have down is 2 against.
Right, I've got, yeah, Jay, I've got that in the bottom, got it, yeah. Yeah. There's two, first ejection and second ejection, 2-1 for 10 or fewer. Maximum or contest with max scores with action contest over 10 or 15. So we're okay. We're okay with all. Thank God. Okay, we will have to, yeah, we can write it back in the fall. We'll have to make sure we get this right when we give it to you to send it forward. It takes some just work.
I just want to make sure somebody did something, so whatever we said is correct.
Okay, hang on real quick before we go to vote. Ellen?
Just maybe a couple word edits on page 66. It's under four C. Maybe, and then it maybe should say notify the, or notify.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Townsend, what, be more specific, page 66.
Page 66, 4
Okay,
C.
C, okay.
I think we need a verb in front of that, like notify the commissioner
Oh, I see.
or president.
That's a word.
Thank you.
Notify
Notify,
the,
yeah, the words, okay, got it.
Like to add that to my motion.
Yeah, did that.
Yes.
Keep going, I'm second.
All right.
All right, we're doing good.
Yes.
Next, you just stretch. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, discussions at this time? We have a motion, we have a second. Amended motion, third time around. Any, seeing, hearing none, anything from the public? Seeing, hearing none. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. All right, want to take a quick little break? All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We will return at 3:50. That only gives you 7 minutes. Sorry. James gonna like a guy. James gonna be next.
President wants to make sure. We're good, okay. We're good.
Hey, Ray, we go.
That'll cost it. All right, so at this time, I would be- If you would please, we will be going to number 11, the financial report, on page 69, Mr. Beesmeyer.
Page 69, item 11. I just handed out a spring tournament recap of all of our events, all of our games, what the ticket sales were, the attendance figures and all that. That's kind of already included in your packet for those who have a hard copy. I started on page 84, I believe. And that's just updated, showing all of the spring events. Anyway, page 69, we got a couple of things to accomplish here. Number one, we'll go over the current financials as of June 8th, I believe. And then we will review what I just handed you, 22-23 spring event report. And then I have a proposed budget in here for next year, 23-24. Draft budget, which is you kind of go over here, see what's what. And then at the next meeting, we approve the budget. As far as the current financials go, we'll review them today and hopefully approve them tomorrow, after you read them over before you go to sleep. That's so nice. Anyway, let's go to page 70. Showing the current state of the NIAA in a balance sheet form showing cash of like $866,000 in the bank. No bills to pay. You'll see NASC payable, which is a student council. That will get transferred over to the NASC account at the end of the year. But otherwise, that's where we are financially. Don't have any questions on that. We're gonna move to page 71, which is the income statement for the current year for the NIAA in the form that I present to you each and every meeting, which shows our budgeted amounts and what the actuals are for event, other revenue, event expenses, and then operating expenses on page 72. This is, like I said, through June 8th. I can pretty much tell you what it's going to end up as, June 30th, which is the end of our fiscal year. And unfortunately, I think we're gonna lose $20,000 this year on a budget that was, $2.12 million budget. We didn't have the kind of year we had last year, which was, crazy good, put it in those terms. Attendance was down this year, mostly, 6,000, I believe. We were short in state football, just at a Legion. Legion was just a huge deal last year. It was a huge deal this year. We just didn't have as many people in the seats. And when you lose 6,000 people, there's $60,000. Basically, what it's gonna equate to in terms of dollars. So anyway, on page 71, event revenue, I want you to pay attention to the right-hand column, which is the percent that we came in, per budget. We budgeted 113 for baseball, we got 121. So, what we came in above budget, that's what, anything above 100% in the right-hand column on event revenue, that's a good thing. And we exceeded our budget in every sport. As far as revenue goes, that's a good thing. Tries to budget, not big in event revenue, and therefore we were able to do that. You look at that and you go, wow, tracked it well. 28% over flag football, even though it's smaller,
Basketball did well. You look at football, you go, well, we came in over budget, but barely. You know, we had $460,000 in revenue last year for football. Anyway, that's how that column reads. Other revenues are other revenues generated by the NIAA. Dues, membership dues is obviously a big part of our revenue stream. That should always come in on budget. I know what the dues are for the upcoming year. And then the rest of it's pretty standard, you know, activity cards, rule books that we sell to the schools and our officials, top 10, Hall of Fame, partnerships with Playfly. Brady was in here earlier. Our agreement is we get $280,000 from them every year until we reach the revenue threshold. So we collected 280 this year, and Brady says that we're gonna maybe finally get there next year. The other partnership with the National Federation, the network, $90,000 was the last year of that agreement with them, and now we're heading into another one. And then you'll see that the revenue is not as much next year going forward. It's half that, 45,000. And we can talk about that a little bit. Officials registration, officials pay to register with the NIAA, $20 per sport that they registered for. Appeals and fines. The NIAA and Lori and Thea, they never stopped writing fine letters. And now we got $20,000 in that account. So a lot of that is appeals at 500 apiece for those, and then the fines are all miscellaneous fines for people not submitting information that is needed, whether it's rosters, schedules, etc. All-star games, for those who put on all-star games, the fee is $750. We're a couple this year, 2 in football, maybe 2 in soccer, a basketball one. Interest, still not making any interest on our money, but that's, you know, hopefully going to improve, but you know yourself that they're just not paying interest. And special projects, that includes our coaching education, and that's why we did so well in that. We switched over to mandating that coaches get certified and put their certifications in Activate. Well, that certainly generated a lot of coaches getting certified when they knew that they couldn't coach until that information was uploaded. And we get for every class that a coach takes, whether it's coaching or first aid, we get $10. And a lot of that 49,000 is probably half of that is commission checks from the National Federation for coaches who took classes. The rest of that is wrestling type of stuff, schools paying for assessments and stuff like that. A budget you'll see there's a revenue account called special projects. And if you look on page 72, down at the bottom, there's an expense account named special projects. I budgeted 26,000 in expenses, 26,000 in revenue. So that's a kind of a wash account for the miscellaneous things that our office does that we collect money for and spend. Budgeted to break even. Obviously, we're going to be plus this year. Miscellaneous expense, revenue and expense, I just try to not have anything in those miscellaneous accounts when the year's over. It always go somewhere, and there's nothing in there right now. Event expenses. This is the kicker. This is where inflation caught up to the NIAA. Putting on events, renting out venues, hiring security, hiring everybody it takes to run our events. And, you know, I'll say, first off, I thought it was a great year of events. I thought the NIAA, you know, staff and all of our member schools that host events, I thought everybody did an awesome job and really offered quality events to our kids. But that costs money. And it seems that, you know, I can't blame this on Pam because I'm with her as well. She is, says every meeting, you know what, we need to pay our tournament directors more money. We need to pay these people more money. They're doing us a great service and let's pay it. And yeah, I paid them more money this year. I gave them bigger budgets to work when they hosted events. But along with that came everybody else was charging us more money too. Everywhere we bought something for an event, every facility we rented, every police officer we had at events, they all cost more. And nobody's shying away from upping their fees. Nobody. And I don't know, though. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that you can see those numbers. Tournament directors budgeted 46, we're at 51. Usually I'm closer to that. But officials budgeted 300. I thought that was going to be enough. 330. A record high for what we're paying for officials. But hey, they shouldn't be paid any less than anybody else is getting paid. And ticketing fees, I didn't think we would do that well this year. So I budgeted 170. We did pretty good. I don't think the attendance figures are that far down from what they were last year. We never could recover from the football decline, but we still did well. Ticketing fees, 187. That's hometown ticket and Stripe, that company that take the percentage of all our ticket sales. In turn, we don't have to do tickets for all of our events. We don't have to have cash boxes out at events. It's kind of the price of doing business these days. And frankly, it's been a good thing. Tournament expense, all of our workers. This, like I mentioned, and all of the things that I would put into tournament expense, that isn't security or facility, goes into tournament expense. And we have just a number of events. I mean, you can just see how many events we have just in the spring. There were 201 baseball and softball games. That's, a $250 budget for every one of those games. And it just adds up. And like I said, I wasn't shy about paying people because I felt they deserved it. I didn't go crazy, but I just said, you know what? They send me back their budget and they may only have 2 people work a game. And I give them a budget that's $225. Those people are making $100 going after school and doing a game. And if they have more, then it's divided up and they provide me all the names and I write separate checks to all of these people. Trophy and awards, didn't have the complete price list from Jostens when I did our budget, but they've gone up considerably. We were kind of in the $60,000 range just 2 years ago. Now we're 92, there's 33% increase. Facilities, basically at basketball, 35,000 for each of our venues for north and south. And then you add in the other venues that we use, CSN. We had UNR host baseball and softball. Anyway, that ended up at 101,000. Security, we're at 82 right now. I do have bill in hand from CCSD to add another 25K to that for spring sports. So that's going to end up at 25 plus 82, 107,000. That's going to end up. We budgeted 80. Ouch, not good. Not close, Jay. Basically, is how I'm looking at it. I just, I was a little unsure on where we were going to be after such a banner year last year. I think our event expenses last year were totaled at $960,000. This year, they're going to be 1.1 million. Page 72. These are the operating expenses of the association. It's been kind of a strange 4-year period where we had COVID and we didn't have anything and no border control expenses and no travel. And now we're back in the swing of things full bore. So now we're getting some truer numbers again, with the added cost of I mean, airlines and, it's amazing where we, you know, what we have to pay, a $500 fee just to fly from Vegas to Reno. You know, it's all part of the officials. Billings too, you know, traveling officials around the state for our state events. Putting them in the hotel rooms, it's something that we do for our officials. It's their reward at the end of the year, but it costs us a lot of money. Salaries, that still has 2 months to go. Actually, it has one on my current one, but there's 2 months of salary and salary costs to add into that. Just so you know, we're gonna get 386 and we're gonna get 170 for salary costs. Travel, you can see, you know what, we went right by our 40. Rent close, telephone close, postage, all those should be pretty close. You know, everything costs a little more, supplies. Did a little bit better on our copier lease, you know, so we're gonna come in under the 17. NHS dues have been $2,500 per year for the last decade. NFHS publications is the rule books that I've purchased, the NIAA purchases and students through schools. Usually there's an entry at the audit, coming up in a couple of weeks. That'll jump that up to nearer that 20,000. Just by the way, the audit is conducted and when the NFHS sends us rule books. Office maintenance, liability insurance, 42. We were, you know, obviously I knew what the cost was for our insurance, you know, when I did the budget. It's gonna go up, probably gonna go up $5,000 for insurance this coming year. Accounting, that's the firm in Las Vegas that does our audit. That'll go up to probably 9. I think it's 9. Consulting was Bobby Northridge, DN, 31,800. We no longer will have that next year. But we'll talk more about that. Legal, close the budget, still got another month to go for Paul Anderson, so we're gonna get to 130. We budgeted 120. Hopefully there'll be fewer appeals next year and we can stay around the 120, Lori. Committee travel, there's your realignment and sportsmanship committee, you know, meeting in person versus meeting on Zoom. You know, I think we can do better traveling people around for realignment meetings, you know, up and down the state. But, you know, only budgeted 12, had no idea you guys would have 14 realignment meetings. Hall of Fame, these are other expenses for the NIAA. You know, we got a Hall of Fame banquet coming up, so that's gonna be costly, top 10. Not sure what we're doing there. I think we're not having a banquet for the top 10 student athletes. They are being presented their $1,000 scholarships to 10 in the north, 10 in the south. And you can see that expense down under sponsorship miscellaneous, $20,000 budgeted. I just cut the checks 3 days ago, so it's not in there, but that is now at 20,000, that account sponsorship miscellaneous. I did cut the 20 checks for the kids who won those awards. Officials registration. That's what the officials pay when they register. And then that money goes to either People Trail, the NIAA, or the Arbiter, the scheduling program that they use. So pretty close on the budget there. And we had a few more officials sign up this year. We actually finally went over the number that we had before COVID. And we ended up with like 1,409 officials this year. Commissioners expense, that's our commissioners statewide. Whether it's fall, winter, or spring commissioners, we pay them a stipend for their work, and they are invaluable. They do so much, really for so little. But you know, it's a big and an important cog in how the NIAA functions, and the commissioners really help us along the way with all the sports and working with the officials. Rules education, that's preseason meetings, maybe sending people to national meetings and stuff. I certainly under budgeted there. Commissioners Clinic, that's the clinic that we just had in Reno.
And people are getting reimbursed for their travel and then a food bill will go in there, so. That's what that account is, and special projects again is, as far as expenses go, it's, we have a fund for our officials to provide them educational materials. But like I said, you gotta look at the revenue side of special projects to really get the full effect of that account and the money that we allot for special projects is more than made up in the revenue that we're receiving. And miscellaneous bad debts, like I said, I don't have it in there. So that's a rundown almost account by account. We have 750 accounts in our NIAA system. That gets all divided up, and on page 73, you can see that. All the revenues broken up by classification. State, 3A, 4A, 5A. You don't see a lot of 4A on there because that is all in the state account. Because baseball is only in the South, 4A is only in the South. So we count all of their tournaments as state tournaments, so that's where their numbers are usually reflected. You might see a couple of scattered 4A that we had, 4A desert, 4A mountain track meet, that I could put separately. Anyway, that's the QuickBooks version of this, which goes on all the way to page 80, which in this particular printing on June 8th, we are plus $215,000 at this point in time on June 8th. I'm predicting when I'm done paying all the bills and paying all the salaries and getting everything entered by the end of the year, like I said, I think we're going to lose $20,000 to $25,000. Usually pretty close with that, unfortunately. I thought we'd do a little better, but when I did the math and put all the figures in there, I think that's where we're going to end up at the end of the year. So that is the current financial of the NIAA, and then I also do the NASC account. I kind of act as their bookkeeper. Yes. And the student council people and then regional directors send me billings and stuff like that. And I'm not seeing that in here. 92 then? Is it what? 92. NASC, they got lots of money. And apparently they don't know what to do. They got $182,000. 10 years ago, they barely had 20,000. And COVID really helped NASC. Any questions?
Ian, just a general question because I don't know what it is. What's the difference between salary and salary costs? Like, what are salary costs?
Retirement.
Oh,
Health
okay.
insurance.
Okay,
Those,
but then,
yeah. It's usually about 30%. 30% for retirement is what the fee is right now, but I believe for Nevada for let's see what I have. I think I have a salary. I think it's 30%. Yeah, it is 30%. So health insurance, dental, that's.
Mr. Anthony?
Yeah, I had just a question, not financial, kind of for clarification. On a top 10 student athlete, are we doing anything for that? I know in the past we used to have like banquets, and it was pretty neat situation. Oh, is that no longer occurring? I know we've got it budgeted like 13,000, so I was curious.
Yeah, I guess I know some staff. We don't have a sponsor for that right now. That's something we've tried to task Brady with to help us do that. And instead of, when we went through the budget to try and do it, we were looking at $500 only per student, first student winner. Cutting out the banquet allowed us to go to $1,000 per winner and make a decision in-house, figuring we'd love to give students $1,000 rather than $500 in lieu of not having a recognition banquet.
Is that somewhere just not doing anymore? Or
I'd
sponsoring and
love to think about doing it again. I'd like to have a partner to be able to help present that. So we had one Nevada Credit Union, before that we had State Farm. Before that, we had US Bank. we've always had people who have helped funded that for us, because the cost of the meals and the menu is pretty steep, and it's well beyond $10,000 now, doing it north and south. And
That's a great event.
Yeah, I mean, it always made me laugh out of it, get the kids up there and, some of them are just so outgoing and some are so reserved and, and have the families there. A nice meal, it was always one of the best things we did.
And it was great with Justin. Was it Justin that did the pictures of the kids?
like
Like- And then I would really like the NIAA to look to bring that back and arrange that for kids. Great recognition.
But, and Xavier, don't for record, I'd just like to, anything that NATA can do to help support, if it's something that has to be done in and around maybe the NATA conference, if it's something that maybe we could do with the Hall of Fame banquet that we're honoring, our coaches and staff members and whatnot. I just think that's something for student recognition. I think it's big and what we're all about, right? So I like to see that come back at a more formal level. So my 2 cents.
And as Diane said, I hope I don't get off topic on us, real quick.
And I didn't mean to either, by the way. Sorry, Jake. I know it's not financial.
It
Yeah.
It is, you don't understand what I mean.
And I can kind of loosely tie this to financial. One thing that was also brought up about our top 10 banquets, we've always made the deadline so early to be able to identify those winners, is that we've eliminated an entire season, the spring season of a seniors class. And I truly believe we need to figure out a way to include the spring season in this top 10 process. And if we were to do that, to have a banquet then a month or two later into July or August, those students are gone. So I think also besides being able to offer more money for a scholarship, being able to include a seniors spring season is a big deal. So that's why I don't know if a banquet does work anymore.
Got it. Thank you.
Last year in the final year, or actually past the final year of our One Nevada sponsorship partnership, they still put in 10 grand for last year. Not this year, so we just, we were in 20,000 for top 10 already. And that was part of the decision to either 500 or 1,000, like 27.
Anything else on the financials? Besides the fact, all of us will go back tonight and review these. And prepare questions for Jay in the morning. Tammy, Colin, being new, be prepared. You guys will go first.
We're excited. I love you.
Okay, no action, or we're not doing anything there, but we are moving on to the proposed budget, which is on page 81. Every year I do a draft budget this time of year. We're not really knowing where we're gonna end up, but have a real good idea at this point. And then we review this draft budget. We kind of look to see if there's any changes that need to be made, and I'm sure there are. I don't think they're major, but I'm sure we could, find stuff on there that makes no sense. So 81 and 82 is the proposed budget with this year's actual numbers, last year's budget, 2 years ago's actual number, and the budget for 21-22 listed, and you can see how revenues, have gone up. And a 30% increase or more, 40% increase from 21-22 in event expenses. We are not we're not avoiding the inflationary times we're living in. And it's, I sit there and I get these bills on my desk and I go, these people are thieves. But you know what? I can't even get on the phone and talk. It's just, I just pay the bill. And luckily, we're at a point in this association, it wasn't half a dozen years ago. I was scrambling to get people to pay us to do this and that, so we had money in our account, and that's not the case right now. And even losing $25,000 isn't the end of the world, because I've always tried to look at, what, we're getting this money, let's spend it on the kids, and that's what we're doing. And we're not, obviously, some people are benefiting from the events that we run, by being able to stay in business, but. I'm okay with spending the money that came in on the events that we run. And then paying the people who help out do it. So that's kind of what we did this year. Last year was a different story. We had more money, we had more revenue, less expenses, and it was good. Not too worried that, what we spent when it came in. Because I thought the year went well. And I judged that by how many phone calls I got complaining about stuff, and then it just wasn't there. People, maybe they got tired of calling me, and I don't know. You never get the call, hey, great job, what a great event.
What are those?
We don't get many of them. But I figure no call is as good as that. Yeah, you know what, I'm sure we were all out there at events and the things that go wrong in events, usually get mentioned at these board meetings. I'm not hearing a lot of that either from all of you. So good job, Donnie. Staff. Anyway, that's the budget, presented on 81 and 82. It's a zero-based balance budget. You can see at the end, I feel like I'm gonna be shy on some expenses. I've taken about as much leeway with our event revenue as I want to, without really pressing the issue. We had we're gonna end up with $1.4 million in revenue for our events. I budgeted 1.331 for next year. That's closer than I like to be as far as a budget number. Because we never know what's gonna happen. Never know. And you can see the sport by sport, what I've done there. We're budgeting 368 in football. We only had 370 this year. That's just too tight, for my liking, but we needed it to have a balanced budget. Dues have been established. That's what the dues income will be next year for our 123 member schools. We talked about, and we did raise the price of activity cards. So I'm counting on a little bit of increase there. We'll see how that works out. But it's a $2.245 million budget. I'm hopeful in my event expenses that I can trim a little bit. Rein in some of this officials travel that we're paying. Getting people, with better plane fares and rooms and stuff like that. We use 3 umpires in baseball and softball for this postseason. I just didn't want to shortchange our officials or our, baseball and softball umpires. They like to work 3-man, even though they don't do it during the regular season. But it, I have 0 reports of instances that happened in baseball and softball where the umpires screwed it up, not one. So that's a fair trade for me. If we have 3 umpires out there and I'm not gonna get any phone calls, I'll pay the bill. And I can say that for all the sports, not just the ones that just concluded. I'm always the person in our office that, hey, I support our officials and what they do, and I was one. And it's just, I can't believe we used to spend $100,000 on officials for a year. Now we're up to 330. So I certainly get the concern monetarily wise, how much we're spending on officials, but they're crucial, they're critical. And facility expense. I'm not 100% certain what we're doing next year for basketball. If we're all going to be in the north next year for basketball, that's a big deal for the budget for facility expense. If we're only going to be in Waller and not in Cox and Waller or Thomas and Mack,
We should be able to save some money facility wise then. But maybe we go into some other facility. That's very nice. I haven't had those discussions with Bart and Donnie. You know exactly what the plan is for next year for state basketball. And they don't seem to be.
Yeah, well, we
wanting
know,
to-
we know we have 4 classes in the north at Lawler, tied back into NIAA conference.
Okay,
But we still have 1 classification standalone in Southern Nevada. We have Lawler, because we have to do a multi-year plan to the Mountain West Conference, we have Lawler reserved for 1 more year. So it'd be foolish to not use that when we've already affected Nevada's schedule and the Mountain West Conference schedule, to not use all of those 4 classes. However, out of equity, what do we do with Stanley in Southern Nevada? We haven't spoken with UNLV or anybody else yet, right? And Bart, I mean, we just haven't.
Our main contact person, UNLV, who we've been working with for years, has retired.
Sanders?
Yes.
Good for him.
So anyway, there's your,
Okay, well, I appreciate- yeah, I wasn't sure what we were doing there, but I was thinking it might not be as costly next year, but who knows? And then, you know, security is something, you know, we just have to have it, so we just pay the bill. You can't get away with not having security. So there you go. It's, again, a balanced budget that I think is, you know, not as foolproof as the one I thought I had last year, just as a draft. I'm not seeing a lot of other revenue that I can pull to offset it. We have a lot more expenses. I'm just not seeing it. I think I've maxed this thing out as far as pulling accounts and to get it to balance. But tell me this. Are we gonna have more playoff games next year?
We should have significantly more.
With the 3 divisions of 5A?
You'll see a few more in football, as we talked about at our last board meeting, for everything else and every other sport. Not so much, but that's something to talk about when we have the calendar item on the agenda as well for later on. Football will increase in kind of what we're talking about, not just with the Legion 21-22. We lucked into some really good rivalry matchups that year for football as well, where we drew some really good crowds for early round games. For instance, we had Spanish Springs and Mead play each other, which is, and that, we didn't necessarily have those great rivalry matchups this time around. When we got to Legion for a 3A championship game, full credit to Slam on a great year. Moab and Virgin the year before, 5,000 people. And that's part of that drop off there as well, where matchups also attract when you get the entire communities there. And that's one thing, and many of us will come from different states at some point to realize that certain sports in certain states, you put any 2 schools out there, you're gonna draw 10,000 people. It's not always the case. We'd love for it to be. We're certainly working for it to be. But sometimes you need the right matchup too.
Yep. Agree with all that. Anyway, you know, if we do have a few more football games, and that's always a good thing for the budget. Football makes money. Basketball. Baseball is a little bit down for sure. I did include the salary budget for next year on pages 83 and 84. Just for everybody's information on how I came up with those numbers. And pull them out of the hat. And then, to finish, since we're not gonna take any action on that, is the report that I handed you, this handout, which is just an event by event breakdown of every game that we had. You can see in the far right-hand column that there's cash sales still going on around the state, north and south, mostly in the north. But it's just a breakdown of every game, you know, and the reports that are provided by, you know, the system that we sell tickets through, hometown ticketing. And that's complete.
And we have, you know, as far as spring, the revenue we brought in for spring was like $6,000 off from what we were last year. It was like amazingly close. Attendance was almost exact. So a lot of this budgeting stuff and predicting what's gonna happen, it just doesn't change all that much year to year. It's just different parents and different kids going to these games and again, I haven't heard a lot of complaining about a $12 adult ticket price. Keeping the kids at 5, I think, you know, it's a good thing. I think we're kind of maxed out on where we go with ticket prices.
Okay, I'm done.
you don't mind. Diane Nelson, the staff, I want to be very transparent on something. If you turn back to page 83. One employee, obviously, you do not see there is Robert Northwood, right? Dropping off, although he's in a different area. Sorry, but you don't see him listed on there. What you also don't see listed on there, because we haven't had an agenda item, and just being very transparent. Besides a new website and finding money to develop that, one of my absolute very first objective still is to have a deputy director housed in Southern Nevada. Jay and I thought 6 months ago we were on task to do that. I even brought it forward to our superintendent to let him know this is a goal of our office staff to expand and feel like this is a position where it would be and who would be and how it would be operated. And with that, the superintendents, and Russell's not here, I'll do a little bit of a report for him a little later tomorrow in the liaisons. The superintendents know that I'm going to ask them when I see them, not in the August meeting, but the September meeting for a 25-cent per pupil increase. But that is not directed at the hiring of a deputy director of Southern Nevada. That's just more for the cost of doing business and the inflation to help us balance out a budget that way. What I am going to discuss with them is where else does that go in terms of increased dues to be able to help revisit and get to that deputy director in Southern Nevada, help our operations, help our staff to provide some other avenues and responses to certain things that we do to our membership. So I brought that up earlier. It's back here later on an ending agenda item about future items. I feel horrible that that's not here. That's something I really want to accomplish, and I hope we can do that at some point sooner than later. Office space is a whole other task of that, which could be spendy also, besides a high level salary and a person involved. So again, I just want to be very transparent that person is not on here, and I hope someday it will. Thank you.
Yes, just one question.
Calling down, Jay, is that the reflection on in the actual salary with like $84,000 difference, or is that money still to be paid in the fiscal year to the staff?
Yeah, I got May and June still to Washoe County does our payroll. Thank you, Washoe County. And they send me a bill at the end of the month, and I just received May's yesterday. And then so it's not in here, but it's $40,000, and there's another. If it's a 3-week, if it's I think it is, I think it's a 3 pay period, 3 week, three pay periods in June, I believe. If it's not, then I'm wrong, and I'm having another way, but I assume that is to get us to those budgeted numbers that I had for the salaries, which was what is it called? 386. Yeah. So I just put those numbers in there, like that's what we're gonna have.
So I thought I agree with what you're talking about before, the name that's not on there. It's just.
No, Bob Northridge, who we well today, he was under consulting. So his salary was $380 a month for 10 months. So.
Staff.
So going forward, once again, please, if you have a minute, please review, because we will probably start the meeting tomorrow. Because we will have to bring this back and we will need possible action. We will need action. Okay. We want to go to 10.
Well, I'm gonna ask. Yeah, hey, 1 second, we're just talking here, we're gonna break into a closed session. And I'm just trying to look through the agenda real quick to see if there's anything else we want to try and tackle before, well, the only thing that I really think we'd want to try would be potentially be the commissioners meeting report. Ellen, Jay, I don't know if that's really feasible to get done in 15 minutes, because that would be it, we'd have to be done in 15 minutes, I don't think that's realistic.
I don't either.
Okay,
Ellen Townsend.
that's fair, I want to be fair to you, I'm not trying to rush into that, there's a lot to talk about there, so.
Yeah,
So-
with that, Donnie, I'm just gonna go ahead and hand out the meeting minutes.
Okay, why don't we do that, so we have it.
People will always have that personality.
Okay, then I think at this point, so, I think we'll probably break into closed session, and I don't want to try and chance any things and not have, you legal for it, want to do that? Okay, okay, so that would be, so President Sloan, why don't we go to number 14 then, do the legal?
Okay, let's go to number 14 legal on page 90. No, but it says possible closed session.
No, it's 13, yes, we're okay.
This says possible.
No, that's we don't.
All right, legal, okay, we're gonna go to page number 95. Not go to closed session.
Okay, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I'll just, be as quick as I can here. On 95, you see the 3 items there, level 2 appeals and hearings. As I reported and continuously throughout this year, we had more level 2s this year than we ever had. But interestingly, the last 2 meetings, and this one in particular, we had no appeals from the prior meetings on now. So we had about 20 or 22 appeals, which is way beyond what's typical. But like I said, none in the last quarter or so. So that was a good thing. I think we had a lot of people that might have been sitting in the weeds, waiting to see what was happening at the legislature with the various bills that we had pending. And I'll talk about those in a minute. But anyway, that's kind of the situation with the level 2 appeals. Legal updates, not a lot to report, other than, as you all know, we're just in a different world anymore with respect to everything that goes on. This association is here to implement and to guide and to provide level playing field throughout this state with respect to athletics. But the things that we're dealing with from a legal standpoint anymore are hardly athletic at all, at least in terms of how we used to think about it. So I anticipate seeing, I know it's happening on a national level, it's beginning to happen here. Issues with transgender participation, issues with those sorts of things are coming down the pike, and they're probably coming down faster than we want. But and we'll be ready when that happens, and we'll deal with those things as we go. Other than that, Donnie and I did attend the NFHS legal conference in Indianapolis. That was right after our last board meetings for 2 or 3 days. I presented one of the topics there, even with appeals and kind of the situation we had seen. So it was a good conference. A lot of interesting things always come out of those, and it's always fun to go to, just because although there's 50 states and you think there's a lot of different things that may be going on in some of these bigger states, it's really not much different there than it is with what we're doing. So then finally, just legislative update, as everyone is aware of that, the regular session has ended. We had 3 primary bills that were addressing issues with the NIAA. We had SB 80, which was the concussion protocol bill that has passed, and that deals not only with athletics, but it deals with concussions at any level, like in the public or any schools, correct? And how those things work. It's kind of interesting, you know, when you go back in time, we were the first state years and years ago to implement the second impact program, which is when concussions really first became, you know, on the forefront. And Nevada was really a leader in that. And the legislature picked up on that with their initial concussion protocol bill several years ago. And then the revisions that have come to be, what they were talking about, I mean, just listening in on some of these hearings, you know, there's not only return to play, but there's return to learn policies that are going into place with that. So that's all good. Our sports medicine committee is going to be guiding us on those things. I don't know that we have regulations that we have to implement for those.
Yeah, and I don't believe so in regulations. No, it is a policy. One in addition to that is youth sports organizations. And I don't know that any of them know this, will also have to implement return to play guidelines in addition to us with return to play, return to learn. And I would venture to guess that many of these youth organizations, when the due date is July 1st of 2024, will probably go, oh, NIAA did the sports, let's cut and paste it and put our own name to it. I'm just guessing probably that. They're not ready. Thanks, Brian.
So then the other two bills were the ones that were really, you know, that we dealt with a lot in the last several weeks and months, I guess. SB 114 was the one-time transfer rule. And we had a pretty good discussion on that down in Las Vegas at our last meeting, when the people from the charter schools were there and we had that discussion. I was absolutely convinced, and I think Donnie was, and probably Lori too, we were at these hearings that this bill was for sure going to pass, and we were just going to have to deal with it. They amended it several times so that it didn't just benefit charters. Initially, that's how it was written, so that kids could transfer into a charter school with full eligibility, but it didn't work any other way. There were amendments made where it was going to work no matter how the transfer occurred, whether it was a public school to private to public, public to charter, you know, whatever, there was going to be a one-time transfer rule. And like I say, after the last hearing, I was firmly convinced we're dealing with that, and I'm not going to have to worry about any appeals next year, you know, because we weren't going to have it. I mean, we're going to just have to grant them. I don't know what happened. I've heard a couple of backstories, and I don't know how factual they are, so I won't report them here, but Senator Flores, who I think is one of the most powerful legislators in this state, is the one who sponsored this bill. All of a sudden, this bill died. It didn't get to the governor's desk. So we don't have to worry about the one-time transfer. That one for sure is gone. And like I say, I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but it's how things occur and take place down in Carson City is just a very interesting process. One thing I did learn as we went through this year and talking to some of the senators and assembly people when, you know, during these hearings, really what it's all about when one of them sponsors a bill. I think they care to a certain extent about what the bill says, but what I really think they care about is getting their bill passed. And what do I need to do to get my bill passed? And because you see it in how when you're working with others who might be opposing something, they can't oppose it because they have a bill that's got to go to that senator's committee. And if you vote against him, then you're not going to get yours on. And it's just a big game, you know, and sadly, that's kind of what takes place on a lot of this. But anyway, SB 114 died. The last one was SB 196, which was the regulation that it dealt with two very different things. First, it would place into statute regulations that we have in place. And those are our regulations, 385B, 372 is where you find those. That's where we talk about how a coach cannot condition, a place on a team, based on a kid participating on that coach's club team. So we already had these regulations in place. That's why I never really quite understood where this was all coming from. But, that was, Senator Hammond's bill. And that's, the last I checked, and that's as of this morning, that has not yet been signed by the governor. And as I understand it, I think we're beyond the period of time where it can be signed. We're more than 5 business days beyond the regular session. It's got a little, does it have a little more? Okay, so but it hadn't been signed as of today. So that was that portion of the bill. The other part of that was the 5th year of eligibility rule. And as we went through the various hearings with that, there were several amendments to that 5th year of eligibility and how it was going to work. Initially, it was just going to be, if the student wanted to come back for a 5th year, if they fell within the dates that the Governor Sisolak put the COVID rules into place, and the dates that they were lifted, which are basically all our sophomores, juniors, and seniors, they could elect to come back for a 5th year. It was amended to finally basically say it applies to those classes, but the only way the student can come back for a 5th year is if they are credit deficient as of their senior year, they don't graduate, and I think, is that it?
That's what it ended up being.
Oh, and they comply with all other rules and regulations of the association and or their school or school district, which means they would be academically eligible. They have to be academically eligible in order to come back. So that's still potentially, I guess, out there. But as, like I say, as of this morning, I have not seen that was actually posted as having been signed by the governor. So that's kind of it. I don't know if anyone has any questions on any of that.
I don't necessarily have a question on that. Do we know where the school choice is? Because what I'm thinking here is they might be trying to do a backdoor lump that transfer into school choice.
Well, and
Right?
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we weren't listed in 440.
Yeah, so we didn't follow that as closely, and you're probably right. I mean, there's a good possibility of that because a lot happens the last few days.
Next one.
Mike Strong, one A liaison. I guess my question is, normally these bills, they become law July 1. So my question is, they would have to be acted on the 5th year eligibility this upcoming year, right? And then the second part of that question is, did you sense like once the COVID things were dropped after our sophomores were through, is this thing gonna go away or be something that would stay for it?
That's a good point. I should have mentioned that. No, the 5th year transfer rule dies a natural death when the sophomore class from this year graduates in 2 years. It just goes away. It sunsets on its own. So it's not going to be a continuing thing down the road. Your first question.
It would have to be, it would go into effect this year, then obviously, this upcoming school
Yeah,
year.
there was a lot of discussion in the assembly about that because there were comments from the sponsor of the bill, Senator Hammond, that it didn't apply to seniors this year. But Angie Taylor, who's a former board member here, Greg Koenig, who's a former board member with us, they were very helpful and supportive of us in this. They made it clear that, look, that's got to apply to seniors this year too. It's only fair, and I agree with that. I mean, that's the way it was written. Yeah. And I wanted to just mention that also. We had the education committee or the assembly education committee. We had 4 very strong, supportive representatives there. Angie Taylor, who's been on our board, and Greg Koenig from Fallon, who's been on our board, were very good. Nathan Anderson and
Staying under the hatch.
Yes, and on the root hatch, we're all very good and very helpful in advancing the NIAA's mission. So I just want to publicly say that. Very helpful.
196. To be determined.
Yeah, and all these, if that does pass, there's a statement in there as to when you have to have regulations in place that deal with what's in the bill. Yes, when we have to have those in place.
And one last thing, Paul, obviously the seniors now, minus Washoe County in the next couple of days, everybody has graduated. So there's not the opportunity to then, as I use the word, take a class or two to say, oh, I failed. I'm gonna blame it on COVID and then get back and I'll be only be out 3 weeks next season and be eligible again. That group is now passed.
And just finally, I mean, this is just sort of a war story off of that. The 5th year thing, that came up and was passed into law in Kentucky a year or so ago. And at the NFHS conference, we were discussing this issue and the lawyer, I think from Kentucky, was telling us how they had that in place because it really wasn't that big a deal. A lot of schools had 5th years that came back, they played football, when the football season was over, they dropped out of school. So.
Then they went to the
Yeah. So, anyway.
Okay, any other questions for Paul on 14, then we'll move into what will come next. All right,
Okay,
yeah, so let me do the lay of the land and what we're gonna do here, just so I can still tell, but without going into session yet, I want to make sure we tell our liaisons what our plan is. We okay with that? Okay, so we're going to close session here. Only the voting members will be permitted to stay. Liaisons, I'm sorry, you're probably not offended by that. Liaisons, public obviously also needs to be excused. On the closed session, yeah, we gotta take a motion to do that when we get to the agenda item. Staff wise, I know Mr. Davis will help fill out. Mr. Beesmeyer, you are excused from the closed session. Yeah, and before we get to dinner, 7 o'clock at the cafe. I will meet you out there in the front. See me, we'll go in together, we'll sit at a table together. We've got a reservation and we'll take everything from there. So any questions on dinner tonight? We got about 10 minutes.
excellent, check me in.
Yeah, and once we finish voting members, once we finish the closed session, that would give you time to go check in depending on how long we go. So with that said, Paul, we move into closed session first before excuse everybody first, and then move into closed
It
session.
doesn't matter, I mean, either way.
Okay, why don't we have our liaisons go ahead and very respectfully gather your belongings and whatever, again, you want to keep on your safety chart, take with you. Take with you liaisons. And I think you can live in here. Yeah, the room should be secured. We never know. Yeah.
In open session, we make the.
Okay, hang on.
I can't let the liaisons go first.
You basically kick them out of the
Okay, so let me announce this and then we will. Now we will be going to agenda item number 13. Correct? Litigation session pursuant to NRS 241.0153. B, legal counsel to discuss existing potential and or threatened litigation against the NIAA. Closed session.
So yeah, we need a motion.
Need a motion?
I motion for a closed session.
Deanna Riddle on second.
Need a-
This.
need a vote on that.
Do you want Kevin to read a prepare a statement for Kevin? To do that now. I think we're okay, right? Okay, so all in favor?
Okay,
Motion is second.
we have a motion, we have first and second, we need a vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, please remain seated.
Okay, liaisons, thank you. For those of you at dinner tonight, otherwise, see you back here. Breakfast at 7:30.